All right. Welcome to this somewhat new thing. Well, yeah, it is absolutely new to me. And this channel, I know. It's just way too hard, and I didn't think I would be able to make sense of BG1 right now. And its fighting mechanics. Not that that is hard, but maybe my character isn't the most well-rounded character right now. So yeah, squishy character and me not being able to really think about my moves, not a good combination. So I was like, you know what? There's so many Reddit stories. I read Reddit stories. Things out there. I was like, all right, you know what? It doesn't need that much brain capacity to voice your opinions of random strangers on the internet. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. I hope you can't hear my fans too much, but without them I'm gonna die. It is literally 32.3 degrees indoors right now in this room, Celsius. So yeah, I am suffering. Just so we're clear, I just didn't want to skip another stream, and I started early so I can maybe hopefully end this early. I don't know how long this is gonna take, but yeah, it was just in the mood to do something else and not entirely skip stream again. Anyway, let's, you know what, I have to switch to this anyway so you can see something. Ooh. I asked my Discord for a few suggestions when it comes to subreddits that I should check out. Out came Girl Dinner Circle Jerk, and Shower Thoughts. Shower Thoughts here. And I also got found over recommended for your unpopular opinion. Am I the asshole? That's a classic. And am I the asshole? Relationships. Yay. So yeah, let's I don't know, start with Girl Dinner and see what the girls are having. I have to say, this pizza, I'm gonna presume it's cold because the cheese and the sausage just looks so disgusting. I am sorry. Oh yeah, cold pizza. It literally says here. And a 3-year dry spell. They try to move in. What? What? Okay, one second. Let's look at this first. I found a second phone. I don't know. This doesn't sound very interesting. I don't like my friend's kid. That's fine, you know. That's absolutely fine. You don't have to like them. Especially since kids are terrible. I am not a fan of kids. There are nice ones out there, don't get me wrong. I don't. This channel also tells me this title tells me a lot. Girl Dinner. Well, I can rant about people's food like this. Girl, the amount of vegetable to meat to rice is terrible. Get more vegetables in that. I was scrolling through a tiny bit. A tiny little bit. Okay, anyway. I guess this rant sounds like fun one. Oh god. Why is this so long? Okay, so my boss, old enough to be my grandma, is a mean girl. Boo-hoo. And you are what, 15? A delicious feta, tomato, and arugula omelette that my sweet friend made for me. It looks delicious. All right. I have a military-based job. I doubt that. And I'm so fortunate to have. I have to be pretty vague, but this job pays significantly more than the equivalent job of off a base would pay. I've worked here for several months, and up until recently, it's been smooth sailing for me. My boss is a drama queen, though. A mean girl, a chronic victim. Everyone is out to get her. For the longest time, I was on her good side. I knew this wasn't sustainable because as soon as she feels wronged by you, she flips a switch. She doesn't do confrontation, though. She will just cut your hours, gossip, and belittle you in front of other employees and clients, and make passive-aggressive comments that are harsh enough to hurt your feelings, but said in such a tone that you'd seem crazy to call out on it. She also has a knack for embellishing stories. For example, one time a co-worker that she doesn't like offered her a snack, and then she later claimed that she was an intentional or cruel attempt, and this was, to sabotage her GLP-1 guided weight loss? What? The co-worker had no clue she was trying to lose weight. She offered everyone a snack. You can always say no. What? Okay. Right. Speaking of this co-worker, I recently befriended her. We're similar in age, have shared hobbies, and she's a total sweetheart. My boss despises her, though. I have no idea why. This really feels like the AI. There's no fluff. Like, no edit words. It is so... I've been adding a lot of words that I would put in that text. Just because it is so straightforward. True. But yeah, the writing style, it's too clean. It's just way too clean in my opinion. But no, somebody, my work is calling. Give me a second. Work. Nothing important. Alright, anyway, let's see. Where was I? My boss despises her. I have no idea why. This girl could save my boss's life and my boss would find a problem with it. She constantly talks trash about her in front of everyone. It makes me so sad and uncomfortable. My boss has done a complete 180 in her behavior towards me. She used to brag about me, talk to me all the time, help me, and now she's just cold. Every time I have a question, she goes out of her way to make me feel stupid. Every time I make a mistake, she goes out of her way to make me feel incompetent. She has cut my hours. Sometimes I can tell she's talking trash about me. Everyone goes silent when I walk over. The only thing that I've done to warrant this is befriend someone that she doesn't like. This job is perfect for me. It pays incredibly well for what it is and works for my college schedule. Okay, yeah, she sounds quite young. If I were to leave, I'd have to work much more hours to make comparable money, and I don't want to overwork myself in school. I don't know what to do. This makes me feel so sad. I get so anxious on the days I have to go into work. I keep trying to work extra hard and be kind to her, and I feel like a fool. I don't understand people like her. I didn't befriend that girl, thinking that it was an attack against my boss. I recently lost my best friend, went through a breakup, and had a pet die. I've been feeling lonely and just wanted another friend around my age. I still have over a year before I graduate. There's nothing I can do about this because if you go to HR, the supervisor is notified who she has a family relationship with. We don't have to be each other's bridesmaids, but can't we just be civil? I don't understand this behavior. This isn't the first time that I've had a middle-aged or older boss be so mean. I don't get it. Okay. So, first things first. As I said, this feels very much like AI, but I don't know. Maybe she just has a very clean way of writing. I don't know. Possible. And on the other hand, she sounds like she's 15, and then she says she's college age, right? Yeah, about to graduate, and apparently has had many jobs. I don't know. It's weird, but we shall go with it. The whole part about her co-workers going silent when she walks past. Here somewhere. If everybody knows how the boss is, I don't feel like a lot of people would react in a negative way just because you got... Well, when the boss is in, sure, maybe they don't want to be on her bad side either, so they just act in a way that the boss is happy, but I wouldn't think that it would affect their day-to-day life when the boss is not around to see them. So yeah, that feels weird. Feels like maybe something else happened. I don't know. Overall, even if she learns about who went to HR, there should be a way to go to HR anonymously. Reach out to them anonymously. I know that's not in every company. I don't request... I would request it though, because sometimes, like in this case, where the person implicated is in any way, shape or form... Yeah. Okay, true. But yeah, there should be just an anonymous way to inform HR of, well, these types of behaviors, especially since she found a friend in that co-worker who was around her age. Maybe they could go to HR together. If it happened with other victims, then I would just get every one of those victims, if they still work there, that is, of course, I kind of doubt that, to just go to HR together, so HR actually has to do something. And if nothing, if those victims would need to sit her down, even if it's like she avoids confrontation, it is her job, literally, as a boss, to listen to complaints of her, well, employees. But okay, this whole thing, yeah, is about her getting offered a snack and then calling it out as trying to sabotage her. Like, what the fuck? It sounds like a very petty person. Okay. Put your head down and just focus on your work. That goblin. Yeah, well, in the end, yeah, if she's just gonna be there another year, I would just, as Seruatis says, I would also just be like, yeah, just ignore it, accept it, look for friendship elsewhere, and move on. It might pay well, and you might want to stay there after you finish your college graduation, but if the boss is not somebody you can live with, then even if the pay is great, I wouldn't stick around. If you can't do anything against in general. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, weird one. A weird one for sure. Your one? That one, with the 20-year-old that hasn't allowed anyone to have kids. That one was weird. And I want to know what this is. I was like, I saw the 20 female and was like, what the hell? Girl, if you haven't had kids, Ah, okay, okay. I just saw the 20 female. Nobody's allowed to be pregnant. Oh my goodness. Okay, but satire is fun. Let's go. No one around me is allowed to get pregnant until I'm able to have kids. I, 20 female, don't have any kids yet, even though I want them. I know for a fact that I'd be a great mom, and I don't want to be an old hag at 24 with no kids. I have nightmares of people laughing at me while walking down the streets because I'm too old and ugly to have children. Rewritten, okay. Yikes. Okay. But you know, this first paragraph reminds me of the whole setup of Twilight. Since Bella, when she figures out Edward is a vampire, the entire time is like, oh my goodness, what if I get older? Oh no, getting old is so terrible. He will be 17 forever and I will be 80 or something if he doesn't turn me. I just, since a comedy duo, a German YouTube channel, I was talking about Twilight, I was reminded of that. Oh my goodness. Okay, one of my friends got pregnant recently and had the audacity to text me about it. She sent me a picture of her ultrasound and I blew up at her. She knows about the way I feel, and I've even told her that I think that everyone should consider my feelings before getting pregnant, since it makes me feel bad and I don't feel like feeling bad. In my opinion, no one should be allowed to have kids until I'm able to, because at this point, it's just straight up disrespectful to me. I don't think it's too much to ask for, especially since I'm planning on having kids in the next few years, and I don't think it would kill anyone to wait until I have kids to get pregnant. I tried talking to my mom about it because she's the only one who hasn't gotten pregnant around me, and she told me I'm being ridiculous. I just don't think she understands how it feels to want to be a mom like I do. Am I valid for feeling this way? Pictured yummy roll cake. I'll make the other take. That's a roll. Why is it black? I hope it's just food coloring. Why is it black? My goodness. If that is the real one, holy fuck, girl. You're 20? What, if the ages are correct? You're 20? You wanting to have children, fine. You know what? Fine. But you cannot stop other people from getting kids. And at the age of 20, I would actually hope you are not thinking of getting kids yet. You haven't even started your career. You haven't finished your degree. You have nothing to your name unless your boyfriend, probably more so sugar daddy, is like 20 years older and can provide for everything. You will have to suffer to have children this early. I am sorry for everybody that is pregnant at that age. It is not fun to have kids early. Teen pregnancies are worse, sure, but this whole thing about I don't want to be too much older than my child that I've seen recently, it's like, you are not supposed to be the best friend of your child. You're supposed to be their mother or father. What the hell? You can have a friendly relationship with them, sure, but you should still be the parent and not be reliant on them to, I don't know, have them pick up after you. The audacity in that one. True, 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 true. Hi, Taki. And yeah, not allowing anyone else to have children. It sounds like she's not even, let him have his fun on. It's not something he's gonna be spoiled on, so I guess he joined. Am I right, Taki? But yeah, since there's no mention of a boyfriend or her wanting to be artificially inseminated, I don't see how she's gonna get pregnant anytime soon anyway, so yeah. I'm gonna be gonna have a virginal birth. Yeah, it's a never-ending story. Okay, what do we have here? Alrighty, girlies, I have to send it from high to just drop a quick reminder. We are first and foremost a terminally unserious crowd here. Okay, this is we encounter whimsy, madness, hysteria, delusions, snack-induced insanity. Sincere, heartfelt, deep, and meaningful are best directed elsewhere, as we will likely pick them up, put them in our pockets, okay, and find them several months later, covered in glint and glitter. Okay. I am child-free. Why are you posting on here about wanting children? Don't I deserve respect too? Fear not, sweaty. I'm very respectful of those of us who are child-free. That means more for me. Okay. We have somebody that agrees. You're right to be upset. I waited until I was like age to get pregnant. Not only did less people tell me I was glowing than would have if I had been the right age, but also my pregnancy was not cute and included things like constipation, which I obviously could not bring up on my Instagram. I have dozens of followers. Probably one. Your friend is narcissistic and evil and did this to spite you. Go no contact and get pregnant ASAP. I recommend a married family man since it shows he has commitment and also working sperm. So you're gonna be the mistress. Alright. Yeah, sounds fair. Can't wait to be hack age. Can't believe women keep freelancing pregnancies instead of waiting for the quarterly pregnancy release schedule. Society is collapsing. Indeed. Right, and it's always women doing this to other women. Men are rarely ever the culprits. Freelancing pregnancies. Okay. Also, everyone knows I reserve my favorite names, Olivia and Liam, and no one else can use them. And I have some backups just in case, so nobody better use those either. Jackson, Emily, Ella, Hudson, Paisley, Michael, Octavia, Luca, Theo, Charlotte, Kai, Rowan, Miva, Amelia, James, and seriously, don't mess with me. Alright, optimism by fire. Fine, by me. Yeah, that's fine. I already have my perfect twin names. Oliviga and Eliaram. I don't need your basic bitch names because I had my beautiful babies when I was 18 and married to my youth pastor. And yes, I had them a month after the wedding because... but we don't need to talk about that because I'm born again and Jesus loves me more than you. Did you even write down the date when you claimed these names for your children? I don't know if you knew this, but on March 7th, 1999 at 8:03 p.m. I decided on the name Liam for my beautiful future son. Unless you have proof and timestamps of when you decided on these names, I'm afraid you haven't reserved anything. Sorry, Sweaty. Why Sweaty? Is that like the subreddit's pet name for everybody? Shit, I plan to call my child Kai Rowan. Better change before you whoop my ass. I will lose. On my way to name my next child Jackson Kai Rowan Theo James. My tubes are gone. I can't get pregnant. My friend got so mad at me for naming my child Zach. She said she had always wanted to name a child Zach because of Zach Hansen. Keep in mind, she has a daughter and has made it quite clear she's never having more kids. Alright. You're 20 and you haven't had kids yet? I married a hunky millionaire the day after my 18th birthday and had my first child exactly 9 months after my high school graduation. The way God intended. Why did you wait so long, babe? I had to finish high school so I could be fully qualified to homeschool. Ah, right. Damn. I think we're cooking here. Honestly, that's pretty reasonable, and your friend obviously doesn't care about you if she's not willing to hide her pregnancy and subsequent child from you. By the way, you should totally become a psychologist. You could really help people. I've actually been thinking about becoming a psychologist because I can't think of anyone more empathetic than I am. Do you think if I get a bachelor's degree in psychology, that'll be enough to tell everyone else that I'm already a psychologist? I feel like I'm already trained in the field because of how empathetic I am. I literally can't think of anyone who's a better person than me. Let's face it, the homeschooled are screwed anyway, because they're not really integrated into the whole society. Like, don't get me wrong, school in general is a terrible place. Because the curriculum and the way things are taught are so outdated, it is not even funny anymore. But on the other hand, if you have those homeschooled, some will probably thrive more so at home than they will at school. But you also learn some social skills you will not learn when homeschooled at school because, well, the whole experience of group projects and a whole bunch of other stuff, working with other people, cannot really be learned by being taught by a random stranger or your parent at home. Let's be honest here. Humans are strange creatures, after all, and you have to experience that in some regard. But yeah, I don't know. We need to overhaul a whole bunch of systems anyway. Okay, what else do we have? Those bitches don't understand. You are queen. They also don't understand that your future child is way more important than any baby they have. They are so disrespectful, and I bet they're stealing all your baby names. Cut them off, queen. Okay. Anything else? Nah, they're pretty much all... 20? You're past your childbearing age anyways. You really think geriatric pregnancies are cute? Ay, ay, ay. Alright, what else do we have here? My man just married his fiance. That sounds boring. Micro-cheating? What the hell is micro-cheating? Tell me. Girl dinner circle jerk. Is that a pepperoni pizza with extra cheese? I matched with a dude on Tinder yesterday and we've chatted about maybe having a first next week. I found his socials and he hasn't unfriended all his female friends yet. Is this micro-cheating or full-blown cheating? Should I tell his mom? It's definitely micro-cheating. How dare he have other female friends? How dare? Overall, this whole you need to get you know, there's this whole new trend in the whole treadwife thing that now 18 to 19-year-olds are all posting, I am a treadwife and I'm happy. Like, girl, you haven't even experienced the world yet. What are you talking about? But yeah, well, most of them are Mormon anyway, so what do you expect? But okay. You should also definitely tell his mom. I don't know how old that dude is, but how dare he? Yeah, that's also the case. But I don't know. I would, you know, being a treadwife while still having my income through social media with the millionaire husband, fine. But most of those promote the being treadwives, especially since they don't really have to be real treadwives, since they will have people working for them that do the actual cleaning, most likely also taking care of the kids while you do other stuff. You still have to do your Pilates and going out with your girls for shopping, after all. And yeah, well, while the real treadwives that actually have to do everything, those girls are working for nothing. And then when they get too old, because, I don't know, they reach the right old age of 30, how dare they, their husband will be like, oh, girl, you're not pretty enough for me anymore. I've found somebody else who's 18. Bye-bye. And you have nothing to say. Like, no. Especially since you learned nothing. You have no other experience except for working and handling the household, which is an awesome skill to have, don't get me wrong, especially since it does need a lot of organizing if you have, like, the amount of kids that those treadwives tend to have. Take Ballerina Farms, or what was it? Who has like 15 kids? One for each year that they're married? Because she wants a new one after 9 months. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah. It is hard for yeah, it is crazy. And it's like those men do not even realize how strenuous childbirth and child rearing is. It is crazy to me how this new treadwife thing is just like, you need to have as much children as you can. It is literally killing women. Especially in the US. Let's face it, because healthcare? Who knows? Who knows? Let's hope, actually. Let's hope. Okay. Answers. Typical men. They just can't stop running around just being friends with girls all over town. Oh, really? That's your co-worker who asked you to pick up a shift. They think we're stupid? Don't even give this piece of shit your precious time, girlie. The right man will come along. That's gay. You should fuck his uncle. Alexandra? And his aunt and his dad, in order to finally give him a son he can be proud of. And his sister cousin. Okay. This got increasingly unhinged. Okay. That is full-blown emotional cheating. Don't just tell his mom. Sit them both down for chat. Full-blown cheating. Stop. Send his follow list to all the women so they know who they are dealing with. Why tell his mom? He's cheating with her too. Yikes. You are proposing a false dichotomy. Micro or macro cheating. This is beyond that. This is pretty much murder. And in Texas, murder is punishable by death. Let's face it, everybody's unhinged. Okay, so I call 911. Do it. No, call 811. Only in Texas, though. Yeah, she just needs to move to Texas real quick. I was so irritated until I read the... yeah, okay, that's the same. That's her answer. Girl, that's macro cheating. No keto. He should have gone no contact with every female in his life, including his brother's female guinea pig. What a slut. You're not overreacting. This is unacceptable. Herbivore animals in the wild would gore each other over lesser infractions. Okay. This subreddit is really unhinged. Tell him you're pregnant. Sure, you haven't been on a date yet, but how can he be sure you didn't hook up on a drunken one-night stand in the last 9 months? Don't take the BS. It's time for him to step up and handle his responsibilities. Why would it be his responsibility if she got pregnant? Okay. I get you. Definitely micro and macro cheating. Hook up with his ex. I fucked his boss. Boss move. Love it. I would get my mom to tell his mom you don't deserve to get your hands dirty. You've already been through enough in this situation. Okay. That's it for that one. What else do we have, my man? That's just too boring. I hit my friend's baby. I saw that, I think, on here. About I don't like my friend's kids. I kind of want to compare. I don't know if that is the same. But I want to compare. Okay, I don't like my friend's kids, and that might make me a terrible person. A bit of a preface. Oh, so this is Girl Diaries, and we're gonna switch to Gold Dinner Jerk in a second. A bit of preface. My partner and I are child-free by choice. I have 3 nieces and 3 nephews, and many of my friends have kids, age 1 to 14, but one of my friend's kids I just cannot vibe with. I know it's actually insane to have beef with a 3-year-old, but her wipes are so bad. Like, she is not a cool kid. She dev has a personality, but is it insane to say it's already problematic? She pretends to fall if she doesn't have attention, actively express disgust towards my friend and her pets, 3 very well-behaved retired racing dogs, and fake cries until my friend is almost in tears and then will laugh at her. I get that kids are assholes sometimes, but like, damn, I hope little homie gets cool. Because she is 3. She's literally 3. She is testing boundaries. That is normal. You just have to set boundaries and it will be gone. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That sounds very similar. Hi guys. I'm going to preface this by saying that I am not a terrible person. I'm just child-free and think I shouldn't have to share the same air with any child ever. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely... This was posted for... Oh my goodness, somebody was quick about this. One of my friends decided against my wishes to have a baby, and the baby is 3 months old. The thing is evil. It literally cries for its mom all the time, almost as if that is its only form of communication. I know it's not. The baby is so manipulating my friend. It's such an attention whore. The baby isn't cool, won't smoke, and overall just has bad vibes. Yeah, that is clearly the other one. I literally threw up the first time I met it because I hate babies so much. I am considering cutting off this friend because of this. Can't be around someone with such a manipulative shithead baby. Dinner's hot Cheeto puffs and a bob. In this case, it's a baby. It's not even a toddler. Where do you find this creepy ass SpongeBob plush? My goodness. Okay, let's see what the real girl dinner says. Okay. Was shocked as a new teacher discover how some pre-K and K kids' personalities are already so challenging. I had no idea. In daycare, we call those babies spirited. One of the reasons having children is terrifying, but people don't want to talk about it. Ah. Yeah, they made him so pretty. Such a pretty boy. All right. Like, yeah, the kid should be taught that that is not okay, but she's 3. Like, get a grip, guys. It's not that terrible. That the teachers at pre-kindergarten and kindergarten are not gonna change that. There. That is on the parents. But she's literally 3. She can still change, and she will change. But yeah, that's probably more so a story of a child that was educated by being put in front of a tablet. Yay, gotta love it. Okay, everybody's just answering that teacher. In daycare, we call those spirited, blah, 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 blah. For real, though, I read posts by parents who are having a hard time with their toddlers and talk about it a lot before, while pregnant. Everyone around me was really bothered by it, saying I'm being negative, when I really just think I was being realistic. Considering the positive and negative outcomes of any situation is realistic, it's also a sign of intelligence. Pretending that nothing bad can happen is delusional. Toilet ghost what? Okay. Okay. You just want to sound more intelligent than you are, huh? Okay, this has always been my parents, to be honest. They love me, they just don't like me. I've moved out before and been amazed at how my new roommates generally enjoy my presence. They don't get sick of me, they don't find me irritating, they don't ignore me, they don't talk over me, they initiate beyond small talk, shallow small talk. It's been like this ever since I was small. Neither of my siblings are treated like I am, but then again, they didn't struggle with severe ADHD and 1001 questions. Lol. I've grown above that long before I first moved out, yet the strain persists in their eyes. Doubtful it'll ever change. Okay. Chill. Relax. I don't want to read that anymore. Okay, do we have something else? I'm a parent, a teacher, and a coach. Some kids are just unlikable. I don't want bad things to happen to them. I just want them not near me. Everybody's just agreeing what is happening here. Kids are people. You're not expected to like every person you meet. Thank you. And some people, even in their tiny form. Yes, but can we also just be like, yo, she's a kid. She will grow. You're so real. I don't like kids, and I feel like I have to protect this poor child. What the hell? This is so funny. I've never met a 3-year-old that has bad vibes, but I believe you. What is this? Yeah, 100% bad parenting. Bam, done. I can't. I can't anymore. What was it? Here. I want to read funny answers, but I feel like this is gonna rush me even more. Honestly, why I cut off my friends as soon as they start talking about babies? I am sick of changing priorities. Babies, homes, cars, jobs, husbands, wives, car, dealership owning, and joining HR for an AI firm. Like, who the hell am I? I'm sitting here at Taco Bell thinking about you, but now you're doing homework with your 4-month-old so they can get into Brigham Young? Your husband loves Brandon Sanderson. Ah, I'm so pissed. I do not understand this comment. Okay. Oh my god, girlie. And if all that doesn't absolutely disgust everyone, you should see and deal with the mess that ends up in the diaper. Woof. I hope that ex-friend of yours can deal with this, with life without your queen. This is why I support abortion in the 4th trimester. Right, yeah. I'm considering taking my friend for one and pretending we're just getting ice cream. Oh yeah. You know the whole abortion the 4th trimester thing? I find it so funny that all the people against abortion just do not understand what trimesters are. And all are like, yeah, all those abortion legalists want to legalize abortion in the 4th trimester. Like, okay, now can we make clear what a trimester is before we spout nonsense? Yeah? Right. Have fun. Alright, where did you find that fuggler? You found me. Babies are manipulative assholes. One smile and somehow they get you to just devote all that time and energy to them. Plus the snuggleable cheeks. See, I told you. Manipulative. You forgot the best part about how she was childless, hates children, but owns 3 greyhounds. Okay, somebody else read the... She sounds like a piece of shit, and honestly her mom is inconsiderate of as fuck for having a child when she knows you don't like them. Like, what the fuck? Exactly. Feel how the sponge looks. What's up? Yeah, okay. I am done. I'm so done. What do we have? What else do we have on girl dinner? I'm livid and ashamed. Trigger warning. The fruit salad has done nothing wrong. Why are you triggering me? My partner made me an app. You know what? Something happy. Let's just read that. Something happy sounds fun. Honey garlic tofu with rice and spicy mayo. Looks delicious, sounds delicious. You go, girl. My partner and I are both software engineers, and recently I was complaining that an app I generally found useful pivoted to an ad-based monthly subscription model, so I stopped using it because I hated ads popping up every 10 seconds. So real? Hate that too. Can't deal with that. As soon as an app just turns into that, I just delete it. Except for Webtoon, but I need my free comics. Moving on. Well, today he sent over an app file for my phone and told me to install it. Turns out, when I slept in earlier, he grabbed my phone, got screenshots of the app to figure out what it does, and recreated its main feature from scratch. No ads, no subscription, no account, and as a plus, the data now stays on my phone instead of getting stored on some server God knows where. He gave me access to the code too, so we spent the afternoon adding back more features to the app together and optimizing it to run better. What makes this even more endearing is that making mobile apps is the exact opposite of his specialty. Actually, slightly. dislikes UI/design work, and he still took the initiative and effort to do this for me. At every turn, he tries to make my life easier, and vice versa, of course. He claims to have a terrible memory, but remembers the smallest things about me that actually make a huge difference. I love him so much. It's so hard to put it in words. Just scratch the it and it would be fine. Edit. I've never had a post get this much attention, but yes, I made the tofu and here's the recipe. Damn. Anyway. They're so nice. If I ever feel like being in a relationship, I want somebody like that. Please. Somebody that supports you. Oh. Oh, he loved you. It is absolutely the big to you things that are shrugged off as it was nothing. I noticed you needed it, wanted it, by them that really wave all the green flags. OP has found her person, and I think she knows it. Mine carried a window air conditioning and a unit across the city for 90 minutes on train after 2 months of dating because I don't want your parents to be uncomfortable when they visit you here for the first time. 26 years ago. Damn. I wish everybody gets a relationship like that. I don't know why, but this struck a chord. Maybe due to issues I'm having in my own marriage. You got a good one. Last, twice, never. I love that for you. I needed something positive, okay? I am dying here. I need some positivity in my life. Okay. Recipe. Of course she has. Of course she has a blog. Let's see, what do I need? Recipe. I need a quick jump button, please. Okay, thanks. Okay, we have also unpopular opinions. I found some that I found interesting. It's gone. I know. The intense hatred of instant coffee. The intense hatred for instant coffee is just elitism, rooted in 1970s garbage. Newer, freeze-dried instant is actually good. When coffee enthusiasts say instant coffee is bad, they are almost always describing spray-dried, cheap grocery store instant, like Nescafe Original or Folgers. Folgers? I'm gonna go with the German way of pronouncing it, Folgers. That stuff uses extreme heat to dehydrate the brewed coffee, which destroys almost all of the volatile or aromatic compounds that make coffee actually taste good. I agree, that stuff is terrible, but they completely ignore new freeze-dried instant coffee. In freeze-drying, brewed coffee is quickly frozen and the water is removed via a vacuum process without ever reaching a liquid phase. Because there is no high heat, the aromatic compounds are heavily preserved. Specialty brands like Swift Cup and Voila, or even mass-market options like Nescafe Gold and Davidoff, right? Use this method. It is a chemically different, genuinely good product. A good freeze-dried instant coffee is better than a carelessly made filter coffee. Significantly better than 90% of airport or office drip coffee, and comparable to decent cafe americano. Dude, you do know what cafe americano is, right? It is just watered down as fuck coffee. Right. It is not competing against a perfectly dialed in V60 pour over from a $500 home setup, but in the situations where people actually reach for instant, traveling, backpacking, a terrible office kitchen, or just being lazy at 7 AM, neither is anything else. The snobbery among coffee drinkers is real, but the anger is directed at an outdated product. At its best, instant coffee is significantly better than its reputation, and most folks are dismissing it before they even know what they are criticizing. Yeah. Who sounds like a snob here? I don't know. Maybe OP. I don't know. I don't think so. No. It's all those coffee elitists. I think maybe OP spent too much time going through the instant coffee aisle. Okay, do we have some interesting comments? I ended up having to do 3 months in a fabulous American jail system back in 2013. I admit I made fun of instant coffee drinkers. Homebrewed was the best. Well, in jail, the only coffee they allow is the instant. It changed my mind on the whole concept. I just ignored the other inmates snorting it like cocaine and drank mine regular. I feel bad for you for having to spend 3 months in an American jail. Let's be honest, that one had to have sucked. And you were probably innocent. Like 99% of the inmates in America. The funny thing is, the bioavailability of caffeine is not significantly altered by snorting. That's what I wanted to know. Obviously. I was wondering that. Never crossed my mind to rip a rail of caffeine. I considered selling it to others, but I researched that and I found out it was bitter. Yeah, gotta boof your coffee with whatever temperature that gets you up in the morning. Damn. I still order the Keefy coffee on Amazon. The Jailhouse Instant. Okay, sure. That took a wild turn at the end, lol, but yeah, when it's literally the only option, you start to appreciate it for what it is. It definitely gets the job done. True. I started drinking instant to save money, and the best thing I can say is it's kinda like Diet Coke. You probably won't like it at first because you aren't used to it, but once you have it a few times, it's honestly kinda hard to go back. Still don't care for Diet Coke, but Coke Zero is awesome. Okay. He had to put his own unpopular opinion in there. No, I think actually Coke Zero is the more liked variety of the Zero Cokes. I don't know. I don't drink them. I don't care for either. Nor the original Coca-Cola. So, don't get me wrong. I'm just not a fan of soft drinks in general. For me, it was about traveling throughout North America and Europe. Hotels and Airbnbs usually have an electric kettle or at least a microwave. They don't always have a drip coffee machine, so I buy a small container of instant coffee when I travel. Yeah, true. True. If you need coffee, sure, do what you must. But let's face it, you can also just not drink coffee and get enough sleep. Unpopular opinion, I know. Nobody spends $500 on a V60 pour-over setup. It is a funnel, a filter, and maybe an expensive electric kettle. Okay, swim sufficient 8901. You have never met an espresso aficionado, I see. I'm not sure about this setup costing that much. Don't get me wrong. I have no idea what this V60 pour-over setup is. But the whole this thingy? It can cost so much. A coffee with that setup, the pressurized espresso machines. Don't ask me for the name. Those go into the thousands. So yeah, those can get quite expensive. If you just want a normal, don't care about your coffee trip over, then yeah, you can get for $10 to $30. Anyway. Any other unpopular opinions on here? But most people are using folders. Alright, yeah, that's true. How is that not an... how is that an unpopular opinion? But it got the certified unpopular opinion. Like, Office isn't great. It is not good. I'm using it. Sure, you can see it here. But it is not good. You should let it go. What? I don't mean... The Office as the show. Okay. Scratch that. I see. I see now. I see. Pet health. People who complain high school never ends, never develop strong social skills. I don't want to know what he means with that. Okay, people who complain high school never ends, never developed strong social skills. Honestly, one of the most crucial lessons, non-academic, that you learn in school is how to work with and tolerate different personalities. What I said earlier, I guess. How to navigate working with people you can't stand, and more importantly, can't stand you. In high school, everyone is on the cusp of adulthood. Most people aren't going to change that much after they enter adulthood. Yes, of course, people tend to grow and mature more, but most people base personalities are fairly set. Human beings tend to be tribalistic and judgmental by nature. Of course, that's going to extend to adulthood. It's not right, it's not fair, it just is. The vast majority of people who complain their workplace is just like high school never learned how to deal with it. They usually can't shrug off gossip, exclusion, etc. They rarely try to overcome it and or just form their own clique to socialize with. They tend to just complain and other themselves further. Note, I by no means peaked in high school. That shit was mid as fuck. I did, however, learn to not worry about fitting in with everyone I know and not to stress petty shit. Pretty much every other adult I know did too. Okay, I see where they're going with this. But, like, workplace is just like high school is literally what they said with this whole setup. That people don't really change in adulthood. So, obviously, the workplace will be just like high school. Doesn't mean that the people didn't learn how to deal with other people. It just means that they are pointing out that since people don't necessarily mature all that much when after leaving high school, depending, of course, the workplace will feel pretty much the same. And yeah, like, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks of me. That would be kind of terrible. If you can't live with yourself, you can't live with others after all. But that doesn't mean that you can't point out that school and work aren't that terribly different, except for, well, what you have to do while spending your time there. Okay, let's see. Any interesting opinions here? Human beings tend to be tribalistic and judgmental by nature. Of course, that's going to extend to adulthood. Is exactly what it is meant by that phrase. Yeah, I feel like OP contradicts himself with that statement. Thank you. You literally explain what people mean by that phrase and agree with it. Yeah. Okay, everybody's just pointing it out. Yeah, okay. Nothing interesting left to say. No one wants to bring home anything from your wedding? What? Why would they want to bring anything home from your wedding? They can't. Yeah, that is not an unpopular opinion. Hotels are objectively better than Airbnb. It depends. The desertification of breakfast needs to stop. Ah. If that's an American thing, the success of film should be measured by the number of tickets sold, not the gross sales in dollars. Yeah, no, that doesn't work though with streaming. The whole setup doesn't really work, let's be honest, but Smartphones are better without cases. Altruism doesn't exist. Ooh, 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 spicy. Spicy. It was deleted. Damn. I remember being 14. Okay. Okay. I see. I'm 14 and this is Steve. You don't necessarily have a stronger moral compass. Okay, we can read somewhat what was meant here. Name whatever action you want. It can always be explained by an egoistical reason. Even the most extreme acts are fundamentally selfish. And the reason people don't want to accept this is because it takes away a lot of the beauty of life and reveals a bad aspect of humanity. Yeah. You know, even if the reason that you did something good for somebody else is inherently selfish, doesn't make the act of the thing you did, the good deed, bad. Of course, you still can be a terrible person doing said bad thing, but yeah, that doesn't mean that altruism doesn't exist. Altruism doesn't mean that there's no meaning behind your actions. It just means that, you know what does Google say altruism? I just kind of need the definition, right? Definition, give me real quick. We need that in English, please. Yep. Usual. Yeah, and the unselfish concern with welfare of others. True. Yeah. But okay. Let me get my thoughts in order. It is too hard to think. All right. Enjoy your lunch. You know what? Let's just move on. I'm done. I can't think right now. Matt Damon was terribly miscast in the Odyssey. Okay, I haven't watched the Odyssey, don't know. Shall we go with more girl dinner jerk? Circle jerk? Or shall we go for relationship advice? Duplicates. My sister, 23 female, is angry that I, 21 female, didn't tell her about my boyfriend, 22 male, but I don't trust her and don't tell her much of anything anymore. Okay. I, 27 female, think I'm about to lose my family because I won't forgive my sister, 29 female, who is pregnant with my soon-to-be ex-husband's 28 male baby. Holy mother of God. My 24 male girlfriend. My 24 male girlfriend, 29 female, has become fixated with my butt. Okay. What? What did I say? I don't want to get rejected at first, but like to end up in a happy relationship with the same person. 22 male, 22 female. Yeah, for sure. we can absolutely read that. Let me. This one, I don't understand how that is so hard to understand. Had anyone get rejected at first, but later end up in a happy relationship with the same person? Like, obviously, if it's been like years, people change. Even if we earlier had somebody say people don't change real that much, but people change, their feelings change, and if, I don't know, they were in a relationship earlier, so they rejected you when you asked them out at that point in time, but are now single and willing, of course you can still have a happy relationship. How is that even a question? Why is that on relationship advice? Okay, let's get the whole ex-husband's baby thing. I, 27-year-old female, found out 5 months ago that my sister, 29 female, was sleeping with my husband, 28 male, and he got her pregnant. I kicked him out and filed for divorce, and I refused to forgive my sister for it. The worst part of it all was he and I were exploring fertility options for us because I had trouble getting pregnant and was given a couple of diagnoses to explain the reason for it. My sister knew, and she still expected me not to be incredibly hurt and broken by it. Are you hurt that she's pregnant, or are you hurt that your husband slept with her? It kind of feels more like you're frustrated because your sister got pregnant. Okay, moving on. What's as bad, though, is the fact our parents, 57 male, 54 female, and brother, 25 male, 30 male, brothers, okay, 30 male, are angry that I won't forgive my sister. They set me up once to get in the same room as hers so she could apologize. I told her I would never forgive her, and she was working herself up and begging me for my forgiveness, and I refused. I even told her I needed her out of my face because I wanted to make her suffer the way she had made me suffer. My family were like, how could you say that? You could hurt her and the baby, causing her so much distress, and I told them I didn't care. My mom tried to get me to come around, but I told her all her talk should be aimed at the person who betrayed me and wants to flaunt her pregnancy with my ex-husband in her face. There are 2 people involved in that cheating, and your husband should also face some consequences. My sister told me she would keep trying to make me forgive her and would not leave me alone. I told her I wished she was dead, and from the day I found out she was dead to me. Okay, damn, girl. My younger brother told me he understood my pain and he didn't want me to feel shut out of the family, but then he also confirmed he would side with everyone else if I ended up pushed out because I won't forgive. This is so convoluted. And my dad asked me what could be done to make things right and what would bring this family back together. He told me she's suffering enough with my ex refusing to have anything to do with her and the baby. I told him I didn't care and I was glad she was suffering. I told him in my eyes she'll never suffer enough for it, and that if he only cared about supporting her, then he should leave and come back when he cares about what this has done to me. Wait. She'll never suffer enough for it, and that if he only cared about supporting her, then he should leave and come back when he cares about what this is. Okay. This really is convoluted. My mom tried again after Dad, but again she tried the same tactic about sisterhood and not letting a guy come between us. She even asked me what I would do if my sister ended up dying from this pregnancy after me wishing it on her. She asked me how I will feel missing out on the baby's life. I told her better than being reminded of the fact I couldn't get pregnant and then she fucks him and gets knocked up. Yeah, this feels more like she's angry that her sister got pregnant, not that either of those guys cheated on her. Now I have to ignore most of the messages because all they want to talk about is me forgiving her. My mom even wanted me to help with getting my ex to at least pay child support when the baby comes, and I refused. At this point, nothing to do... what? At this point, nothing to do with them? And this baby is my... okay. Is my concern. My focus is on getting a divorce, and I filed for divorce, okay. And moving on from the two people who betrayed me. But I can already tell I am probably going to lose the rest of my family to this, and I don't know if I'm supposed to try and save it or not. Minor sister. Advice? Yeah, enjoy your lunch. Yeah, it definitely feels like she's more unhappy about her sister getting pregnant over anything else. This really feels more like her being petty that her sister managed to get pregnant while she can't. Which... I don't know. Fair in a way, I guess. But I think she... might need to seek some psychological help in this whole regard. Yes, that the whole family is like, you need to forgive your sister. It's probably more so because during pregnancy, she's now, what, 5 months along? 6 months? Something? What was it? Somewhere. Who cares? She's in the later part of her pregnancy, where stress can mean an early birth, so they probably want to try to keep just the stress levels of the sister down so she doesn't miscarry. They could, of course, obviously still try to be on her side regardless. Obviously. And they should, since from what is written, she's not at fault here. And I don't know from what angle she could be at fault, but, you know. But yeah, sometimes, especially with the female children in the family, they tend to be misregarded anyway. Especially in such a big family. Poor kids. Yikes. Okay, sweet Jesus, that's a grim read. Get your divorce, cut them out of your life, and I would move away. All of them are horrible people. Hope you find somebody out there you deserve. I think I'll need a lot of time before I can think about that again. I'm pretty fucking broken from the infertility, and now this. Yeah, she's definitely more broken about her infertility than the infidelity. If you do speak to them, tell them if they want a start, they need to hold your sister accountable for actions first. They keep wanting everything back to normal, but don't want to hold her accountable. Being pregnant is not a get out of jail free card. Yeah, obviously. But in all these infidelity stories, what I don't like is that all the hatred gets put on the other woman instead of the man that most likely initiated, or at least had a part in that relationship. He could have said no, and you're gonna not change my mind in that regard. He has options. Which is also why I will never accept the whole what did she wear argument when it comes to sexual assault. It doesn't matter, she could have run around naked. It is your fucking choice as a man if you're gonna sexually assault somebody. So it is your problem. If you can't deal with it, that's on you. It has nothing to do with what anybody wore, especially since most of the time sexual assault happened in the most unsexy clothing. So yeah, it's anyway. Beside the point, I know. What else do we have? Is anybody else pointing out that she is more unhappy about the pregnancy than the infinite saying? No, it doesn't feel like it. Happened to you? I agree with others. The free for start. Yeah. True. Yeah, everything to say that men are not at fault, really. It is crazy to me. And when it comes to the emotional being, every human being, no matter what gender, is emotional. And sadly, most men are just taught to only allow two emotions: anger and not even happiness, really. I guess lust. And that's it. So if a man is angry, that's fine. If a woman gets angry, she's hysterical. Make it make sense. No. Okay, yes, new recipes. I agree. Nobody can force you to forgive someone, and you don't ever have to forgive somebody if they're asking for your forgiveness. That is on you. You are allowed to say, I will not forgive you. That is fair. Absolutely. And nobody should ever force you to accept an apology. An apology should be given, but the person apologizing should never expect that that apology will be accepted. Especially in this scenario. It happened to you, not them. Okay, this is a long answer. A bit about that. Here's the thing I've noticed about a lot of no-contact parents and families. They always talk about what is being done and not why it's being done. Read any post from a parent whose kid has gone no-contact and notice how little preamble there is. There's little, if any, lead up to the inciting incident, which itself will always read something like, my child yelled and swore at me, without ever explaining what they yelled or why they swore. People do this because they attempt to mitigate the past by focusing on present. OP's family see what the sister did as something that happened, and OP's reaction as something that's happening. OP's sister can't change what she did in the past, so OP is expected to handle how she's dealing with it in the present. It's wrong and it's unfair, but I can always guarantee that's how they're trying to handle this. Yeah, but in this case, they could also see OP's sister as the perpetrator, which she is, with the husband. So, yeah, she's apologizing. So I guess she's dealing with it in this scenario. But that doesn't mean that OP has to be the one to actually do anything. It feels more like OP's sister is like the queen of the household, and everybody is either afraid of her retaliating in some regard, or what she can do. I don't know. Meanwhile, OP, as the younger sister, probably doesn't have as much sway in the family. So she's expected to forgive her older sister, even though normally it's the other way around, let's face it. In this case, it is kinda strange to me that OP's being the one pressured into forgiving her older sister, but yeah. Okay, OP, if I could offer some advice. Your family needs to understand that your reaction is not a response to your sister's actions, it's a consequence of your sister's actions. At no point did your sister think about what this would do to your family, or she did not and didn't care anyway. That is on her. How you feel is a completely understandable consequence of that. They either see that she did this to the family or they don't. They're either willing to see the transgression as worse than the consequences, or they aren't. It's a very simple question for them. Do you feel as though the way I'm reacting is worse than what she did? If the answer is yes, then unfortunately you might have to take a break because they just won't understand what you're going through. If they lament that they just want the family together again, they may be able to see that you're not the reason the family is in trouble to begin with. Yeah, that's not going to help, let's be honest. I would wait until the child is born and then maybe try to reach out again. At the moment, I think really it's more about getting the stress on the sister lowered since she's pregnant. Yeah. I don't see any useful answers here. What? I, 28 female, invited my 30 male best friend to dinner and he said I'm not your husband. What does he mean? I need clarification. Hi, first of all, thanks everyone for your perspectives on my original post. Oh, that's an update, right? Where's the original? Can you link it somewhere? Oh no. I don't want to go down like weeks and months. Is there a way to find the original? It's probably roll away. Okay. Update. All right. I-20 I found it. I think. I-28 female got divorced about 3 months ago, and my 30 male best friend was there for me throughout the whole thing. We've actually been best friends since childhood and have always been really close. We hang out a lot, go out randomly, try new restaurants, and sometimes I'll cook and invite him over. We've always had this kind of relationship, so none of it ever felt unusual to me. Just 2 days ago, he asked me to go with him to try a new restaurant and everything seemed completely fine. Then yesterday, I called him and told him I'd made enough food for both of us and asked if he wanted to come over since he lives nearby. We've done this many times before, so I didn't think about much of it. But his response completely caught me off guard. He said he wasn't in the mood for this lately and then added, "I'm not your husband." I honestly don't understand where that came from. I wasn't asking him for a favor or expecting him to do anything for me. I was just inviting him to dinner like I normally would. I tried calling him afterwards because I wanted to understand what he meant, but he didn't answer. I don't want to pressure him by showing up at his place or blowing up his phone, so I decided to give him some space. Now I'm just confused and wondering if somehow I crossed a boundary without realizing it. What did he mean by "I'm not your husband"? Edit. Just to clarify a few things, since I've seen some people asking about this, I don't really talk to him about my divorce that much. He was there for me when everything was happening, but I'm not constantly venting to him about it or relying on him to deal with my problems. I don't like putting that kind of emotional burden on him. Also, I don't invite him over for dinner every week or anything like that. We do hang out regularly though. And inviting each other over for food has always been a normal part of our friendship. Sometimes we go out to eat, sometimes we try new places, sometimes we watch movies, and sometimes I cook and invite him over. He's actually been around more lately, and we've been hanging out more than we used to. Yeah, I feel like that is the problem. I was about to ask before I read the edit. If maybe something changed since the divorce, and if the frequency changed, that might be it. That's why his reaction confused me so much. For me, this was just a normal invitation between two longtime friends, and I had no idea he might see it differently. Okay, two possibilities I see here. He either caught feelings and realized that she just doesn't see him that way, so now he is trying to distance himself, or he doesn't have feelings for her but he thinks she has feelings for him and wants to stop this in this way too awkward way. But okay, let's see. Questions and answers. Does he have a girlfriend? He could either think he developed feelings, his girlfriend doesn't like the interaction, or since the divorce you have been relying on him more than usual and he got tired. Yeah, basically what I said. That was my guess too. Which one? Girlfriend. Very much this, and it's a case of missing reasons. What? Or they just didn't set boundaries when he first felt discomfort and is now mildly lashing out at OP because she didn't read his mind. That was my guess. This is how my family communicates in real life. You know that cereal we always stock for everyone? Well, I was saving that specific box for cereal, and you just rudely ate it because without even asking me. How could you? No, I didn't mention that the cereal in the cereal shelf was saved, but I'm still incredibly pissed at you because something bad happened at work and I also won't tell you about. That second part is what I was guessing. He's peeved about something or someone else and snapped at OP. But I'll say that what I always do, OP should just talk to him. True. Yeah. For sure. He doesn't want to talk to her right now for whatever reason, so give it a few days and then reach out with a brief low-key text. Hey, it seems I upset you the other day and I'm sorry if I did. Can you tell me what I did wrong? He asked for space in his own sideways ways. I'd give him the space and let him reach out first. Yes and no. If his way of communicating his feelings is just like, shut up, I don't care anymore. My words, not his. I don't think he will reach out first. Or he will reach out and be like, everything's fine. Nothing ever happened. And in that case, her reaching out and giving him the chance to clarify things is definitely better. Sadly, women, as always, have to do the emotional work. Definitely not boyfriend material. I want my partner who makes me an app. Please, thank you. But she didn't do anything wrong. Why are women always apologizing for men's snit? Yeah. That only encourages them to make us responsible for managing their feelings. I agree with you. I feel like a more healthy version would be, hey, I'm confused because I've invited you over for dinner many times, so I don't know why you seemed upset by it the other day. Is everything okay? I would just probably cut this whole part out. You seemed upset and I just want to know why. Is everything okay? Okay, 40s female. It's not an apology, it's a way of communicating in a de-escalating way because he seems to be angry. In his eyes, she did do something wrong. So you use the words that match his viewpoints, not because you agree with them, but to open up communications and be able to reach him in a place where he's willing to talk. And in the conversation itself, you can discuss what behavior happened and whether that was wrong or not. Then either he sees her point, drops his anger, and maybe even apologizes or for his response, or she hears how some of her previous behaviors come across and realizes that she actually could have done some things better, and then actual apology can follow. It's like when you have to get through a crowd or pass people when there's a little room. When you say sorry, passing through, you need to get that train, you're also not really apologizing for the fact that they have to step aside. It's logical and normal you have to get through, and they're the ones standing in the way, likely unaware of their surroundings. It's so often the inconvenience of having to move, that's all. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, she's using I, which is de-escalating way of talking. Making everything about yourself. I. I see it this way. I feel like I. But yeah, I still feel like... yeah... I still... I would agree with Bitwise. Oh no, with Ellen, I guess? About having to apologize. More so, I would say... I seem to have upset you and I want to understand why. Can you please tell me? I wouldn't just unnecessarily apologize here. Because, yeah, that just feels wrong. Anyway, let's get to the update. I don't feel like there's gonna be more helpful advice here. Yeah, basically what I pointed out before. Update. Hi, first of all, thanks everyone for your perspectives on my original post. I wanted to give an update now that I finally have some clarity. As I mentioned in my original post, I called him once after he told me I'm not your husband, but I didn't hear anything from him after that until he showed up at my apartment. He looked really ashamed and nervous. He started by apologizing, and then we sat down and talked about what happened. He explained that he wasn't the one who came up with that comment. It was a woman he's been seeing recently, and she's the one who told him what to text me. I hope he broke up with that woman. This honestly surprised me. As I mentioned before, we've been best friends since childhood and we basically tell each other everything, but he had never mentioned this woman to me before. Anyway, I told him that if I had known he was seeing someone, I wouldn't have agreed to go to that new restaurant with him in the first place, and I probably wouldn't have invited him over for dinner either. If she's uncomfortable with the way we interact, then I don't want to knowingly cross that line or make things harder for them. He apologized again and explained that things are still new with her, and that he was planning to tell me once things became more serious between them. He also kept asking me whether the text had hurt me and whether I thought he should end things with her. Yes, you should. If she can't deal with a friendship, then I'm sorry. That's not a relationship worth pursuing. This is not girl dinner circle jerk, where having any interaction with other females is a macro cheating. This is reality. People have friendships and should be allowed to have those friends besides a girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever. And that shouldn't make you jealous, unless, of course, there is something to be jealous about. But she could have instead asked if maybe she gets invited to check out this new restaurant with them, so she could see what this friendship between them is like, not just straight up tell him to be so snarky with her. That does not feel like a healthy relationship is gonna happen in the near future between those two. Alright, I told him no, but I think we should set some boundaries going forward to respect her wishes, because I wouldn't want to do anything that makes her uncomfortable. He disagreed and said that he doesn't think we're doing anything wrong and that he'd rather things stay the same between us. He ended up staying for a few hours, and it feels like he is just seeing if she gets jealous over him having a girlfriend. I'm misreading this, but it really just feels okay. He ended up staying for a few hours, and we talked about everything, but he seemed really conflicted about the whole situation. As for me, I've decided to take a small step back anyway. I'm going to try to cut down on how often we go out and hang out, and I'm also going to stop our habit of eating at each other's homes for now. I love him as my best friend, but I don't want our friendship to get in the way of him having a healthy relationship. Yeah, but girl, that is not a healthy relationship if she is forcing him to give up a friendship he has since childhood. If you can't respect somebody's friendships, I'm sorry, you're not girlfriend or boyfriend material. Partner material in general. I think boundaries are a solid idea, yes, but if his new girlfriend is using him as a mouthpiece to air her grievances while having him pretending that relationship is already unhealthy, yes, please, Dumpster Phoenix. Thank you. Preach. The new girlfriend that the best friend hasn't ever heard of. Maybe, just maybe, be imaginary. His willingness to break up with her after she had also never been mentioned screams doesn't exist to me. Maybe I'm wildly off though, because I'm not seeing others thinking the same. 5 trees? No, I get you. It really feels more like he's testing the waters if she maybe gets jealous over a potential girlfriend. Okay, I'm really surprised there's so few people talking about this. He does not have a girlfriend. He's angry because he's caught feelings and OP didn't. He knows it's unhealthy, so he tried to get away, but he is also afraid to simply let her go and not be near her. OP, you should simply ask him this directly. Or not, you can also carry on not caring, it's just your best friend. Yeah, this actually makes a lot more sense, lol. Feels like he caught feelings, got scared, then tried to pull away, but also doesn't want to fully lose her. Yeah, basically what I said. I see nothing else. I get it, you're trying to take the higher road, but this woman he's seeing sounds a bit jealous and territorial, if you ask me. Yep. Yep. It seems like he wanted you to say that you were hurt and maybe have feelings for him. Welcome back. I think what he wanted to hear was, I'm not your husband, but I wish you were. Just some relationship drama. Where it feels like the guy caught feelings. And blamed it all on a potentially imaginary girlfriend he may or may not have. Oops. My 32 male fiancé, 27 female, broke up with me over having kids right after moving in, then pulled a 180 3 hours later. Is her change of heart real or just breakup panic? You... I don't understand the title. Did you have kids? Or right after moving in? Or was that you suggesting having kids? And yeah. I just need clarification real quick. Hey everyone, I need some objective perspective on a situation, and you're going to Reddit. Okay. On a situation that has left me completely drained. My fiancé and I have been together for 5 years. For the first few years, we were long distance, seeing each other about a week or two a month. Okay, we always had great communication aligned on core values early on. Right from year one, we explicitly established that our main reason to ever get married was to start a family. Eventually, she asked for more commitment, so I proposed, prepped my place, and she relocated from her hometown to move in with me. Less than a month after moving in, she sat me down out of nowhere and told me she couldn't see herself ever having kids. Adopting before I turned 37 was always my threshold. What? Okay. I never asked her to get pregnant since she didn't want to carry, which was totally fine by me, since having a family was our main deal breaker. She broke up with me on the spot. It turns out she had been silently struggling and thinking about this for the last 3 weeks without telling me. I was devastated. I cried, called my family to break the news, and started processing the end of our 5-year relationship. But literally 3 hours later, she pulled a complete 180. She broke down, apologizing profusely, said she panicked in a loop of pessimism, missed her family, got overwhelmed by the routine, and begged to take it back. I was really irritated by the timing and how she handled everything after 5 years together. I told her she needed to call her mum immediately to explain what happened, and then I sent her back to her hometown the next day so she could be with her close ones and we could both get space. I set a strict 1 month no contact rule as well. Before starting no contact, she sent a text apologizing for being impulsive. She also brought up a point I had made during our breakup talk. When she panicked asking, what if we fail after having a kid? She acknowledged this, saying having a child together would be meaningful regardless of the future. While it is good she is processing that fear, I still worry whether she's internalizing my logic just to preserve the relationship rather than developing a genuine desire of her own to raise a child. I still love her, but I'm exhausted during this month. I hope to see some real action, like her starting individual therapy on her own or genuinely researching adoption realities instead of just searching for reasons why it is hard. Am I handling this 1 month no contact period correctly? How can you tell if someone genuinely changed their mind about having kids versus just panicking over the breakup? He's also not the greenest flag here either, in my opinion. But yeah, they should not stay together. They absolutely should not stay together. But it feels like they never really talk the talk about the child thing. If he was willing to adopt and never forced her to have a child, since he knows that she doesn't want to carry, then I would think that they actually talked about adoption. But in this whole paragraph, it doesn't feel like she really knew that he was willing to adopt. It feels more like she thought she had to carry a child. So yeah, it feels like communication did not happen. And maybe instead of 1 month no contact, which is fine, but after that 1 month they need to sit down and really talk this through. If there still exists some interest from both parties. But yeah, there needs to be some communication. Something did not really click between those two when it comes to communicating. My opinion. Okay, let's see comments. First of all, there's no way in hell her coming back in 3 hours is anything more than a panic response. Most likely not because she changed her mind, but because she doesn't want to start over or be alone. Second, do you honestly think 4 weeks is going to change the hurt and resentment you clearly feel? If you continue this relationship, you're going to be walking on eggshells for the foreseeable future, waiting for her to change her mind again and drop the same bombshell. I don't necessarily agree with the second part. I can see her, if she was struggling for 3 weeks without really discussing anything. Yeah, seriously, communication in this relationship does not seem to happen at all. Seriously. Communication is like the key in any relationship, friendship, partnership, no matter what. You need to be able to talk to each other. If you're struggling, you need to be able to open up to your partner and be like, hey, I have these worries, how can we address them? If she is not willing to talk to him about her struggles, there seems to be something off in this relationship regardless. So yeah, something is not right, and I kind of want to see her point of view as well. Yeah. I need her point of view. If she... But this is rather new. Yeah, 5 hours ago. I don't think she will find it anytime soon. But I kind of need her to voice her own opinion of this whole situation. Something is missing. Okay, well, cold feet are a thing. She has just had a huge change in her life by getting engaged, moving a long way and in with you, and she is probably feeling a little out of control. This is a decision that she felt she could reach out to directly control, taking her life back. Maybe she regrets the move a little, misses her family and friends, etc. It doesn't excuse the breakup, but could help explain it. As it is, though, we can't evaluate your relationship of 5 years based on this little slice. True. It sounds like she talked herself into a breakup using the most effective deal breaker, but then panicked about the outcome when you went along with it. I'd give it a little time, let her get her feet under her, let her calm down. After the month no contact, let her come to you and talk. I don't think you should expect or demand certain actions of a checklist in order to take her back. Just talk to her. You know her better than we do. You'll know something has changed or if she's back. Not an easy time, my friend. It will probably be a hard month. Take some time to think about you together and decide if she is the life you want. But if it is, find out if she's still the same woman you love and then embrace that life with all joy. I wish you the best. Hey, thanks for the comment. I think you really got the gist of what happened. She really did pull the nuclear option. She was child-free before meeting and went along with adoption. She's 27! At that age, most people are child-free. Yes, the whole getting children early is getting in vogue again, but I would expect if she comes into a relationship at 27, she's gonna be child-free. Okay. She was child-free before meeting. Oh yeah, and you met her at 22. Of course she would be child-free. I'm sorry, what? And went along with adoption when we started dating. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like she really knew that you were willing to adopt. This whole argument feels more like... Okay. What was I? Damn it. That was the ultimate deal breaker for her to suddenly change her mind and say she didn't want kids forever. It's so much harder because of that. That's not what you said, and that's not what she said. What? That's not what you said, she said. Okay. Oh, I think you've omitted an important detail from your post. She was child-free but went along with adoption. Oh, when you started dating, that brings another possibility to mind. Maybe she agreed to adoption because she wanted to be with you and convinced herself that being child-free was more about pregnancy than parenting to her. So yeah, the sudden change may have caused her to panic. Guys, can we look at the ages, please? 22. when they met. 22. Hey, absolutely not. So yeah, the sudden change may have caused her to panic and break up in the heat of the moment, or it may have made the idea of adoption and starting a family feel too real, bringing back her desire to remain child-free. Then after the breakup, she may have panicked again for an entirely different reason. You won't be able to figure out the truth, and I'm not even sure she can without therapy. However, he also needs therapy, and they need to communicate. Sit down and talk, please. Yeah. However, I also think it's very concerning that she kept all of these thoughts to herself and made a life-changing decision without having an honest conversation with you first. Yes, that is absolutely a red flag. It is a red flag in regards to him, though. If she feels like she can't be honest with him about her feeling about having children in whatever regard, then that is a red flag in a relationship in general. If you can't be honest to your partner about your honest opinions, then I'm sorry, but that is not a relationship you should pursue. Guys, please look at these ages. They were together for 5 years, meaning they met when she was 22, maybe even 21. I would presume that most women at that age are child-free and happy with it. Having the wish to have a child at that young age is definitely not normal in this day and age. I don't think. I know more women that are child-free and never want to have children. Even at my age. My ripe old age of 31. Then I am, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, 22, I don't know. If you're willing to have a child at the age of 22, I applaud you for your willingness to put yourself through suffering, but, no. Sorry, but why are you going no contact for a month? Did I miss something? How is that supposed to help? Yeah, it's about giving each other space, but honestly, yeah, they should just sit down and talk. Yeah, this is frustrating me. Let's go. More. Trust my girlfriend to prepare food or drink for me anymore and don't know if what? As you don't trust. Okay. Is she poisoning you? What is happening? Okay. Don't know. I don't trust my girlfriend to prepare food or drink for me anymore and I don't know if. If what? If what? For background, my girlfriend, female 33 and I, male 34, have been living together for 11 months. I was working on a project down south when I met her and we did long distance for a few months. Okay. She was down there living with an old college roommate and was struggling to find work. At the time, she was unemployed and the job market down south sucked. I offered to let her move in with me because the job market was much better where I lived, a couple states north, and we wouldn't have to do long distance anymore. Oh, the writing style sucks though. After she moved up here, I bought a used car for her to use and she did find a job at a call center for a bit. For the last 6 months, she's been unemployed and I have supported her. Okay, I need the timeline. You were dating for 11 months. A couple months, a few months, let's say 2. You did long distance, then you got her to move in with you. Then she had a call center job for maybe 2 months. 3 months? And the rest, 6 months, she's been unemployed again. True. I want an EV if anyone is asking. I have supported her over the last 3 months. The relationship... over the last 3 months, the relationship has developed to the point where we are constantly fighting. Yeah, no shit. After giving her an ultimatum, she finally got a new job that started this week. Okay, this kind of feels like she's trying to force him to be his trad wife. Possibly, maybe? Last week I got a Ring camera and she was very upset by this invasion of privacy, etc. I should have asked, but it's been helpful with coordinating grocery deliveries and makes me feel more secure. But how is that helpful coordinating grocery deliveries? What? Okay, whatever. We thought about it and went to bed. The next morning I came down and she has a coffee ready for me on the table. Yeah, it's your fucking house. It's your choice. Well, yeah, they're living together, so it would be nice if they communicated. We're back to communication. But her getting upset about it because he installs a Ring camera at the front door, I'm gonna presume. That's strange. Yeah. I look into the coffee and there is something floating on the top. To my disgust, I discovered that she had spat a loogie of snot into my morning coffee. I immediately confronted her about it and she denied it before eventually saying something along the lines of, "If I did it, you know why." I told her it was time for her to leave. Initially, I had told her she had to pack and leave immediately, but I ended up walking that back because she had nowhere to go, no family and no nearby friends. Despite my extreme disgust, I couldn't just make her homeless. I told her to clean up the guest room and move her stuff into it. She did, but then came into my room early in the next morning because she can't/is afraid to sleep in there alone. I almost just ignored her and kept to myself. She tried to mend fences with me by cooking dinner a few days later. When I looked at the food she had cooked, all I could think about was that ball of snot in my coffee. Last night, while trying to get to sleep, I couldn't stop thinking about what else she might have done to my food. I told her she needed to move back into the guest room. I've never been in a situation like this before. Am I putting myself in jeopardy by allowing her to stay? I'm not sure if this relationship is recoverable or if I should try. No and no. This is an immediate breakup and she needs to move out. Putting anything into your food that is not food safe, or in this case, spitting into your coffee, is literal assault, dude. You can sue her. Edit. I had a talk with her when she came back from church. She just started attending. Okay. She wouldn't acknowledge her actions at first, but I persisted. She's upset that I'm throwing away a year of our lives, but now not overly emotional about it. I told her she's got to figure out how to get along on her own now. I'm trying to be as fair but firm as possible. She asked to stay until her first paycheck from her new job comes in, but I don't feel like I can risk her staying around. She literally has a used car where she can sleep in. I'm sorry, but you got her used car. She can sell that again if need be, if she needs the money immediately, but there are options for her to move out. And you should absolutely set her outside that door immediately. I'm sorry. Yes. Get out now. I agree. People make mistakes. Intentional spitting in your coffee is not a mistake. It's a vindictive and hateful approach to losing an argument. This is 100% happening again. Not necessarily the coffee, the vindictive and hate-filled approach. Hope he needs to get a new toothbrush. 100%, yeah. Get new everything. Mouthwash, actually, no. Someone who's pissed in a mouthwash. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, anything open in the fridge, especially condiments. Trust is broken. That's something, at least for me, can't be fixed. Yeah. It is, yeah. It feels like she was just hoping that she would get somebody who will just care for her. She just got a call center job, probably did the bare minimum, got fired, and then was like, well, I acted like I tried, and that's gonna be enough. And when he said an ultimatum, he was like, she was like, yeah, guess I can't keep that up. But yeah, the invasion of privacy makes me wonder what he will see on that camera when he checks it out. Let's be honest. Have these types of things happen to them and they don't realize the person just told you everything you need to know about this character? It is absolutely, yeah. And, you know, him being like, seeing the spits everywhere now that she provides for him is so legit. I feel like he needs therapy now. Bad. Because he will not trust his partners going forward. For a little while. Unless he works on that. And she needs to move. There is no discussion. For sure. Okay, are you crazy? Kick her out. Her behavior is unacceptable and you're letting her get away with it. There is a reason she has no friends or family. She can go to a homeless shelter. She's trying to manipulate her way back in. There's no recovery from someone violating you like that and thinking nothing of it. You can make her homeless for trying to contaminate your food after an argument. Correction. She made herself homeless by her disgusting behavior. She hasn't been working and is upset over Ring camera. Why is she upset about that? Sounds like she's getting company or getting drugs brought over. That is so odd. She thinks the cameras are to surveil her. Even if she isn't doing anything nefarious, she's unabashedly paranoid considering you a clashing authority. It's absurd and she shouldn't be there. Should have been working a long time ago. She's either cheating or was planning to cheat or something else. But yeah. How desperate are you for a girlfriend that you moved an unemployed woman into your house, bought her a car, and then financially supported her? Then she does something disgusting to your drink. Probably not the first time. And she's still there, bro. Get her out of there. Damn. Business Mastodon 97. Chill. Maybe he's just an altruistic person. I don't know. Too kind for this world. Also, morality aside, the girlfriend is just stupid. Did she really think he wouldn't see the loogie? That he'd drink it and be none the wiser? Come on now. Also, I agree with you because my first thought was, why are you moving someone into your home and buying them a car when you haven't even been together a year? Fair. Okay. Relationship advice is wild. Late grandparents left me, 19 male, my younger sister an inheritance, but not our step-siblings and dad, 51 male. And dad wants us to share with them or face no relationship. Oh. Inheritance is an iffy subject, let's be honest. My grandparents want us to remain close, but they won't accept that I don't want a relationship with my father or half-siblings. Ooh, family drama. I'm 35 male, losing attraction to my partner, 34 male, and becoming more attracted to the opposite gender. My cis sexuality? You're not cis. If you're gay. What? Right, okay, well, my is changing and I'm becoming less attracted to my partner. 34 male trans. My 35 male sexuality is changing and I'm becoming less attracted to my partner. But yeah, female to male. Okay, yeah. I don't know who else to ask. My sexuality is changing and I'm unhappy about it. This is so convoluted. Especially since his question mark says, I don't know who else to ask. My sexuality is changing and I'm unhappy about it. Hey y'all, throw away for reasons that will quickly be apparent. A couple notes to know before we get into it. I am AMAB and have identified as cisgender for most of my life. Oh my goodness. There's so many. Assigned male at birth. Okay, thank you. I recently branched out into he/they pronouns to account for what I think is an agender identity. I have always known I'm queer, with various labels shifting in my life, but it's usually been more expansive as I've learned about myself. I have been intimate with individuals from multiple genders, and the gender of my partner has never been an issue for me in the past. I've been in 4 relationships, 2 cis men, then an out trans man, then a pre-realization trans man, my current partner, 34 trans man. Okay, to begin, I'm struggling recently and think my sexuality may be shifting in unexpected and unwelcome ways. I've been with my partner for approaching a decade. I love him very much, and that aspect is not in doubt for me. After a history of male-male relationships, I began dating my partner when he still identified as female. Everything was good in that regard, and a couple years later he realized he was trans and came out. Not a problem at all. Feelings and attractions didn't change for this, and he's been out for 7 years. Over the past couple, literally 1.5 to 3 years, I've found myself less and less attracted to him and have noticed myself more attracted to women. Cis, trans, whatever. And androgynous, leaning non-binary form. It's gotten difficult to deal with. Before anyone asks, I am in therapy and it will be my primary source for how to proceed. But I wanted to come here and get insights. There's always the typical tale of someone who was in a hetero relationship, maybe even married with kids, and came out later in life. I'm scared something opposite is happening to me. What if I become less queer? Why does this feel like this is rage bait? Why is my attraction to femme so strong now, and my attraction to my partner waning? I love him so much. I want to be with him and build life with him, but this struggle is causing issues with that. We've touched on this a few times. He knows I'm struggling, but not every detail mentioned here. I haven't gotten the courage to bring it up yet. I've been focused on trying to fix it. You can't just fix it. Does anyone have a similar, even if different experience? Any insights? I don't know what to do or how to feel, and it's getting to me. TLDR, sexuality is fluid, but it's fucking with my relationship and causing psychological problems. I feel like I'm becoming less queer. Yeah, this is touchy. This is so touchy. And there's... Oh, there? You know, that is my honest opinion. I feel like since... I don't care. I will get in trouble for anything. I will stand my ground on this. Since gender is a concept that we created in the last couple hundred years, it literally doesn't matter what gender you identify as or your partner identified as. And if you are losing attraction to your partner, that can happen. That can happen in any relationship. It doesn't matter what your queerness level is. That you're currently having a phase where you're more attracted to female reading characters. Happens. That can be a phase that goes away. But he had a couple. Well, they. Yeah, he is fine, right? Oh my goodness. Yeah, he. The pronouns is sometimes hard. He was in more male-male relationship than anything else. Yeah, he's probably just looking for something else. If his partner is currently leaning more into the... Although I would feel like his partner would be the androgynous type. Female to male, after all. Those normally tend to... They're the beefy ones, sure. But it might just be that something in the relationship is currently bothering them. True. Yeah. As I said, there are some beefy ones. But the most that I know are more androgynous. But yeah, they're also the beefies. The beefies are also there. But yeah, it might just be if his current partner is leaning more into the beefy kind, maybe he's currently just looking for something else because something else in the relationship is off. So it's something in the relationship that needs to change. And it's not that his attraction is changing necessarily. It's just that because something in the relationship is bothering him, he's looking for something that is completely different, an opposite. That's a possibility. It's not necessarily the truth. Okay, listen, dearie, you can only make decisions based off of information you know, and information about gender identity and sexual orientation can in fact change and sometimes do. That is okay. I think it's more important to honor who you are now, even if that means mourning who you are. It's not about bad or wrong, it's about being true to who you are now. I think it's important to be honest with your partner, even when it's hard and even when it hurts. I think letting them know that you are going through changes and that it is a you issue, not a them issue, and make it clear that they've done nothing wrong, but you're finding yourself more attracted to presenting people and you don't really understand it yourself, but you felt that you ought to be transparent with them. It's going to hurt and it's going to be painful, but I think the truth is best. Yes, we advocate. Preach. Literally. Ultimately, I think it is loving and I think it's kind to be honest, even when it's very, very hard. Yes. Sure. This entire conversation is based in queerness. Please be gentle with yourself. Your partner has come out and transitioned with you, and you've been together for a decade. Let them into your inner world. They cannot help you if you keep them out. These are big feelings. Gender and sexuality are spectrums, and you are allowed to travel along the spectrum. Be honest with yourself and your partner as you are able. True. Yeah. There's nothing to add. Anything else? My mum broke down in therapy with me, and she's angry because her crying didn't make me give in to what she wants. Ooh, yikes, I'm not touching that. I am not touching that. Ooh, I want the original. I want the original of that one. So many throwaways. What? What? Ah. Thank you for providing the pose link. But why is it not linked to your account? Oh, okay. Boyfriend, 23, male of 3 years, wants to break up with me, 21, female, because I asked him to get food. Some info to understand the situation better. My mum passed suddenly 8 months ago. Me and her live together, so now I have to move out of my childhood home. My brothers are older, so they have their own families and homes. Therefore, they have pushed me to move out and have rushed the whole grief process. I am now packing my stuff and throwing a bunch of my mum's stuff away. It is a lot of work, both physically and mentally. I also start my studies this week, which is extra stressful. Now, the actual topic. Yesterday, I had a very rough day packing the house. My boyfriend's family had guests, and he asked me to come eat after. I told him that I don't want to leave the house because I want to be done packing, plus I'm just exhausted. Asked him if he could come by my house with some food if there's any left, since the kitchen is a mess after packing and I didn't have the energy to cook. He told me that he will try. Some time had passed, and at 10 p.m. I called him and asked if he would come to my house. He said, "No, I'm playing basketball." The guests had gone home. He proceeded to tell me to come pick the food up at his place, and I told him that I'm exhausted from today and I don't have the energy. He did not want to bring me my food since he wanted to play basketball, and I said, "Okay, I will not ask for anything," and hung up, which I know was childish, but I was at my wit's end. He sounds just as selfish, let's be honest. He texted me after that it's stupid that I don't have energy to pick the food up and that I'm not the first person to pack a house. I suppose he means it's not that hard. You haven't moved ever, boyfriend 23 male, have you? Today, he came to my house with the food and acted like nothing happened. I told him I don't understand why you acted that way yesterday, and he did not understand what he did wrong. I explained how I felt like he didn't prioritize me when I was in need of help, but he did not get it and simply said, "I didn't have time." I told him to please just leave. He left and said, "Are you going to cry now?" Later he texted me, "I think it will be better if we become friends instead. It's healthier." Mind you, we have been together for more than 3 years. He also told me that I think that nothing he does for me is enough and that I give him shit all the time. I find it baffling that he suggests breaking up like this while I'm in such a stressful period of my life already. So was I overreacting regarding the food, or could I have acted differently? Okay, 2 things. She asked him to bring her food if possible, somewhere around here, if there's anything left there, and he answered he will try. Okay. Yeah, that she is left alone by her older brothers, plural, with basically getting rid of an entire family's history with nowhere to go? Where's she going? Okay, she's probably moving into her university dorms. I don't know. That's not a thing here in Europe normally, so let's just hope in that case for once that she lives in the US and she gets provided with living quarters. But yeah, she has to do all that, isn't allowed to grieve. Her brothers are not helping. That does not sound like a great time. Then him being busy because he's playing basketball. It's not like he could have literally stopped playing basketball, brought her the food, and went back to playing basketball if that is what he wanted to do. I don't know how far they live from each other, but it's not that hard. Then again, as I said, she said that the way she worded it, that sound more like she suggested it than really asking for his help, which in my experience does not get through to men. You need to be very direct. I'm sorry, guys. You are very dumb when you want to be, in regards to really seeing where help is needed. But yeah, they're both young. So them being quite childish with each other. They got together when she was 18 and he was 20. If I'm mathing this correctly, yeah. So yeah, them not being the most mature couple, I understand, but girl, it is healthier for sure to break up with him, but friendship also does not seem feasible. He seems like a terrible friend. Do you really think it matters? You are no longer in a relationship with this guy, and that is a really good thing. True. Don't waste time worrying who was right and who was wrong. You are packing your mom's home up by yourself because your brothers are pushing you out and your boyfriend is utterly useless. The end. It's over. Be happy. The be happy part is maybe pushing it a bit, MC Susie. But yeah. Yeah, a good partner would be helping her pack. The bar continues to sink further into hell. True. Has it ever reached the surface? Let's be honest. Women are not asking for a lot. We just want somebody that helps us without being asked. With the most mundane thing. Clearing away the dishes. Maybe sometimes clean after yourself. It's not that hard. It's not that deep. And in this case, he knows that she is fucking packing up her home. So he could help her. But he most likely never had to lift a finger in his life. Let's be honest here. That was one of my first thoughts. He's not helping you pack? Like, okay, maybe not packing the entire time, but really not gonna help her at all? Loser as X. Yeah. Even if he's not helping her pack, the minimum is not to let her be alone while she's grieving. The most minor thing can have memories flooding back and trigger you, where you just break down crying and he should be available to comfort her. Instead, he's playing basketball unless he's in the NBA, and even then, I'm sure basketball players take time off if their significant other's mother passed away, to be with their partners. There is no excuses. No excuse he's not there with her when she's going through the worst time in her life. He does not love her. They're barely 20. They do not know what love is. Love needs to grow. Love is not something you experience because you met somebody and moved in with them. In this case, they didn't even move in together yet. So, yeah, love and liking each other are very different things. So, yeah, he does not love her. Anyway, and he wouldn't have, regardless. He did offer to help me pack, but I have to go through my mom's stuff to decide what I want to keep, which I want to do on my own. I told him when we talked about the situation that I'm not even asking you to help me pack or anything. I'm just asking you to bring me food. And he said, yeah, you won't even let me touch anything because you're special. Too special. Okay, there's something else going on as well. He feels hurt because of something. But, no, you're better off broken up. Let's be honest here. That's a fucked up thing to say. He clearly isn't the one. I'm sorry, this is all happening at once, but you'll look back in the future and be glad to be rid of him. Yes, yes. Let's be honest here. There's nothing salvageable in that relationship. Ah yeah, update. I forgot. Okay, after my boyfriend texted me that we should just be friends instead, I called him and asked him why. He was cold and avoidant, so I started crying and continuing asking why. Pathetic. I know. I heard that I was on speaker and his mom came in and asked if he is talking to me. They were in a one-bedroom apartment, so I assumed that she could hear me. I did not want her to think that I'm crazy or that I'm the one who is starting fights, so after me and him hung up, I called his mom and told her he broke up with me. She asked why, and I said, I don't know. He's your son. It's you who raised him, so ask him why. And then I hung up. Okay, go. Not the move. His mother has called me before to ask me how I'm doing and what's happening when me and my boyfriend have had hard times previously. That's why I feel comfortable telling her stuff. Afterwards, in a clear headspace, I see that calling her was very stupid and unnecessary, and that hanging up on her was rude. You think? Today, day after, my boyfriend showed up to my house late at night, unannounced. He gave me food and walked in my house. He then started asking why I acted that way yesterday. Asked him, like what? And he said that the way I talked to his mom and hung up on her was very disrespectful and rude. I told him that I see now that it was very stupid, but that I thought that she could hear our convo and didn't want any misunderstandings. Okay, girl, you could have called back after realizing that maybe that was not the best move, or you could have texted her if you have her cell phone number and said, hey, sorry, I am having a hard time right now. It was not the nicest thing of me to do. I'm very stressed. Sorry for my behavior. Done. This here now, boy, girl, just leave him. Throw him out of the house and be done with this. What the hell? He told me that he can't understand that I'm mad because he didn't bring me food. I explained that it's not about the food, but about the action of caring for your partner when they're in need of help. He said that he could not give me the food because right after the guests left his brother's house, he went and fixed the headlights of his car. Then he played basketball for 30 minutes. I told him that he could have made the time if he wanted to, but he said that he can't just take food from his brother's guests and that his mom already packed the food that they were gonna take with them and brought them home. I told him, okay, then why couldn't you just pick up the food from your mom's place? They left 2 minutes from his brother's, and he continued to tell me how he couldn't. He could have just asked his brothers and his mother since they talked before this whole guest situation, right? If he could pack some food for his girlfriend. What is this? Kindergarten? He says that he is giving me a logical explanation and I can't accept it and that I keep arguing. How is fixing your headlights and then playing basketball for 30 minutes mean that you're busy? I'm sorry. How is that a logical argument? He's the logical creature. I'm sorry, he's men. Men are the most logical creature in this world. Females are just emotional beings. Ooh. Okay. He couldn't. He says that he is giving me a logical explanation. And when I tell him that it didn't feel like he cared about me in that moment, he says, so nothing else I did for you matters? You're just focusing on this one thing, and that is that I crossed a boundary. That he can't do this anymore, and that my behavior is normal. And his is. To be honest, maybe this all was just me overreacting. After all, go no! Go no, 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 no. You're not taking him back. You're not taking him back. You're not taking him back. Please tell me you're not taking him back. Okay, to be honest, maybe this is all just me overreacting. After all, I cannot expect him to be there for me 100% of the time. It feels like I'm self-sabotaging. English is not my first language, hence the goofy spelling. It's fine. I could read it, so it's fine. Edit. I truly understand that I sound pathetic. I'm probably a little trauma bonded to him. Yeah. And I'm used to him breaking up with me and then us going back like nothing happened. It is indeed very hard to leave a situation that has become so familiar. God, this is a toxic relationship. Leave. Leave while you still can. Please. Take him up on the whole friendship thing and never talk to him again. Leave. Thank you for taking the time reading and giving me your advice. Wish you all the best. It feels like you're not taking advice, though. You're not. If you're going back to this asshole, I'm sorry, but no. Get therapy. Get out of there. Never talk to your fucking brothers or the rest of his family, your boyfriend's family, ever again. No. I know it's hard, and yes, losing somebody is so fucking hard, especially at that age. And your mother at that. But taking him back is not the answer. No, he's gaslighting you into taking him back and being like, yeah, you are the most emotional being, and I'm so rational by saying that I was busy fixing my car and playing basketball because playing basketball is very important. The most important thing in my life. What? I could have gone? Yeah, for sure. For sure. But I feel like she needs the space. I hope her moving away for her college education, university, whatever, will bring space between them. And she can realize that this relationship is not healthy at all. Especially him coming over like, girl, how were you talking to my mother? What is this? This is cray-cray. Okay. Oh, hon, I'm old enough to be a grandmother. First, I'm giving you a big hug. But second, any man who you have to beg to be considerate and explain what consideration is not worth your tears. This guy sucks, and it's 2026. We aren't playing these games with loser boys anymore. Wipe your tears, pick yourself up, and walk away from this loser. I promise you, you will feel better after the initial grief subsides. You're not pathetic and you're not weak. He's just got you twisted into knots. We've all been there. Doesn't have to be this hard. Block him and his mom and don't go back again. Hugs. Edit. Thanks for the awards. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh man, I needed to hear this. I fell into the trap of explaining what consideration is, and I thought it just wasn't communicating well enough. However, I don't think I was the main source of the problem. It falls into the he knows he just doesn't care bucket. They can be polite and considerate when they want to. They know how. They just choose not to. This is why when they suddenly do change their behavior, it actually brings more negative feelings than relief. It just shows all this what? All this. They could have, but they chose not to. I get what you mean, but wording. Yep, relationships. This like this are like trying to talk politics in 2026. You cannot make someone understand if they don't care enough about you to internalize it. Best to separate from such people. Talk politics in 2026. Yeah, he's just not... It is literally a toxic relationship. He is currently in the honeymoon phase. He's coming back, bringing her food. He's nice to her. Not that nice. He hasn't got it down yet, how it's really done. Toxic relationships are such a wild ride, and sadly, they are addictive. That's why it's hard to get out of a toxic relationship when you have these honeymoon phases where he's super nice to you, but then suddenly you do something wrong and he hits you or disregards you. Yeah. Talking politics would be so much easier if social media didn't exist. Let's be honest here, where suddenly everybody can be the mouthpiece of the weirdest thoughts and feelings. Social media was the ruin of humanity. Oh well, we won't change that, will we? Right, yeah. I hope there's another update in a couple hours. Throw our chamomile tea. Where you're like, I left him. I beg of you. Do not stay with that asshole. He is not worth any tears. Okay. But those that want to use it for their nefarious means, aka right-leaning parties, they get away with their AI slop and everything, really. Because their followers are too stupid to realize that they're being basically groomed into voting for them. It is so crazy. I don't know if you know the whole situation about Hope Whale Hope Germany. This whole situation. Is there a link for that? Probably not. I don't really wanna listen to that song for that. I'm trying to figure out how to best search for that stupid song, but it's an AI generated song about how he didn't choose his being here, even though he literally swam in there to die. He knew what he was doing. So yeah. Then again, wasn't it? Didn't they figure out that he was actually female? Doesn't matter. Don't care. Anyway, this whale stranded near Germany's coast. And there was this whole AI slop fest from the right, from the political right in Germany, where they were all like, we need to save him. Well, the left was basically making fun of them because, let's face it, they were losing more water for him. But anyway, Fridolin. When was that mentioned? I only know Timmy or Hope. Oh well. And yeah, this whole slopfest of videos, songs, and whatnot. Ultimately, because so many of the right was so vocal about having to save this whale, bringing him back into the open ocean, they literally killed him. Because the saving crew did mistreat him, and that ultimately killed him in the end. In their minds, this whale is still alive. The one that showed up dead is not Timmy/Hope. So don't worry. They're absolutely fine. But yeah. Stuff like this, where you can just create random bullshit about the most mundane thing, about a whale stranding somewhere. Oh. Nope. Definitely not. Okay, I need some cheeky girl dinner clerk, circle jerk, I think, for my last. Who's? No, that's AI. Something feels off about this picture. Something feels off, and I can't pinpoint it up, but this feels AI. Anyway. Oh, it's locked. My life, yeah, right. The title. I married a billionaire and I'm depressed. My life wasn't perfect before I met him. I lived in the back of a 24/7 laundromat in Serbia, but the heat of the dryer exhaust would keep me warm and I had free running soapy water. Anyway, I was free to do as I pleased. Maybe I'd beg for food on First Street, or maybe look for scraps on Third. There was only 3 streets. You've never been to Serbia, have you? But in my destitution, my soapy skin and drier sheet hair attracted the eyes of a billionaire. This sounds like the abstract of, like, a very badly written AI slop novel. He whisked me away to the horrible life I live now, eating whatever I picked on some private jet, going to God knows where on another vacation, and can you believe it? Our home is so big, but the water doesn't even have soap. I miss my simple life, where every meal was a surprise and I was free to visit any of 3 streets I choose. Girls, don't make the same mistake as me. Yeah, this is Girl Dinner Circle Jerk. So this is sarcasm based on a real post in Girl Dinner, as I've learned. But yeah, this one is weird. All good, all good. All good. Send him over here with the jet. I'll take care of him for you. Next problem? Why does it hurt when I pee? Probably a UTI. Next problem? Husband cheated on me with his 3 girlfriends who live with us. What can I do that doesn't include divorcing him? You either need to sleep with his girlfriends and do a better job than him, or you need to fight them each individually, boxing ring style. How about sleep with all his girlfriends and do a better job than him, and then convince them all to join you in fighting him 4-on-1 boxing ring style? Read lesbian notes to seduce them. By properly practicing the lesbian arts, they will be entranced by you, and you won't have to convince them at all. They'll just listen to you. I'm not gay, but if I was, this would probably be the way. Just become gay, try harder. I'm not gay, but I want that information in case I turn gay. Okay, her answer. And too easy. Make him take you, and only you, this is not a trip for the side bitches, on a shopping spree at Saks. Make him buy you whatever you want. While you're there, make him buy me the new Chanel 25. Preferably black. But if they only have 10, I guess I'll take it. Neil? I ask and ask, but nobody will let me have sex with them for freshness. Would keeping my penis in a Ziploc be enough, or should I just go nuclear and shrink wrap it? Go big, duct tape. Next problem. The visual I had while reading this. Ah, okay. My sister died and her girlfriend moved her new girlfriend into the house. My sister bored. What do I do? Okay, this one is a little complicated. Do you have an Ouija board? We're gonna need to summon the dead sister here. So Fetch is definitely having time of her life. Obviously divorce him, take half the billions and go back to Serbia and back on a really nice street. You drop dead. Silence envelops you. Your skin trickles over again. Ooh, second street. Wow. Called Ghost Johnson. He plays the drums so well it raises the dead. Good, good. Send it over. Sounds like you're not eating the rich. I don't know, try again. Could argue she's eating part of the rich. Someone opened the door and she slid right in. I feel like I saw this exact story play out in one of those fruit AI dramas on TikTok. If it all worked out okay for Strawberryna, it will for you too, Queen. Hi, Erica. How are you doing today? Strawberryna, what about Golden Peach? Article. I was scrolling and then I saw a pregnant strawberry. Piera Riccio. What? Honestly, the picture she used in this post looks like AI to me. Lol, especially when you zoom in. Somebody else saw it. Okay, I'm not alone. I am not alone, I'm glad. Yes, it's fucking feral, and I'm doing okay. I'm just losing my voice after reading so many Reddit stories for 3 hours. Holy fuck, we went through what? 5? 10? I can't remember anymore. We went through too many. This looks so disgusting. I just realized I'm the best friend with a 13-year-old. I'm 57. I don't even want to touch that, even if it's satire. What hell has been unleashed with this, or do I not want to know? It's hot in here, so I was like, you know what? Instead of not streaming at all, we're just gonna do something entirely different, which is reading Reddit stories. And yeah, we're having fun today. And I'm losing my mind. Reddit is wild. Oh. I commented on another guy's huge dong and my boyfriend is mad at me. I don't want to touch it, but I kind of want to touch it. Let's go. And these look disgusting. I'm sorry, babe, but we need to do better. I went swimming at the community pool with my boyfriend today, and while we were sitting in the lounge chairs sunbathing, this guy walked by wearing skin-high trunks who had the biggest dick I'd ever seen. Y'all ever seen that episode of SpongeBob with the worms? It was like that. SpongeBob with the worms? It was like that. Anyway, I was just so taken aback. I said to my boyfriend, wow, look at the size of that guy's rod. I've never seen one so big and thick, and my boyfriend's face immediately fell. I started trying to explain that I was just in shock and not at all turned on by that guy's giant cock, but for some reason, he just wouldn't believe me. I tried telling him it's the same as if he saw a lady with, like, size M titties. What are size M titties? Girl, they're measured in cups, not size M. What? And commented on it. I wouldn't even care. I'd probably comment on her titties too. Sad girl dinner, since my boyfriend isn't talking to me anymore right now, and he's refusing to go back to the public pool with me, which really puts a damper on the rest of my summer plans. You ruined it by pointing out that his dick is bigger than your boyfriend's. Let's face it, next time you see your boyfriend naked, you have to be all over it. I'm sorry. You put that on yourself. It looks like an sorry European excuse of a taco. Yeah, I agree. Or wrap, also. What is it? It's just cheese? Maybe some rice? And I think they're called button mushrooms, right? In English. Can't remember. It's just not appealing to me. Acting like a victim. Tell him he's allowed to point out giant dongs too. It's not a one-sided thing. Let him think he's an equal in the relationship. Yeah. Shai Khalud? Ah, okay, yeah. I know exactly what this is. Okay. This is unfair. You should find him a girl with huge dong to compensate. I'm right here. Okay. But seriously, I need to know what M-size titties are. Anyone? What cup size is that? Are we talking like H cup? I cup? What is M-size titties? Let me open my window properly. M for massive. All right, yeah. I see. So we have those basically to the bottom hanging ones, like in hentais. I get you. Okay, now exaggerated. I bet it looked like a baby's arm holding an apple. What is the food you ate? Food truck chicken quesadilla. Yeah, it looks disgusting, girl. Get that away from me. What a dong. Dump him. Leave him. It's abusive of him to be hurt by your comment. He clearly has a teeny weeny to dump him. So dump him and jump the big dong. Alright. Comments variant. I think those tiny specks here are the meat. Dating a hot man is the absolute worst. Where is the dinner, girl? Ah, here. That part looks delicious, and then there's this red cake thingy. Dating attractive man is torture disguised as a relationship. You think you're getting a boyfriend, but you've actually adopted a minor celebrity whose fan club appears everywhere you go. Grocery shopping becomes an endurance sport as strangers suddenly remember they need the exact avocado he's holding. Waitresses develop advanced hearing whenever he orders, while you fade into the decorative background like a potted fern. You're so lucky, people sigh, as though you've won a raffle instead of agreeing to split utility bills with someone who still can't find the laundry basket. Then there's the media attention. Every vacation stops every 10 feet because women line up for obligatory Instagram pictures with him. But every vacation stops every 10 feet? What is this? Like a luxury dinner at the sponge, yes. Instagram pictures with him. When you asked for one photo together, he somehow looks effortlessly cinematic, while I hide in the background. Naturally, everyone assumes he's also charming, athletic, emotionally available, and capable of assembling flat-pack furniture without consulting ancient prophecies. In reality, he's dumb as a fence post. So date an attractive man if you enjoy sharing him with the general public. Otherwise, screw them. Find an ugly one who worships you and whose greatest feature is remembering your coffee order and carrying all the grocery bags without turning the produce aisle into a fan convention. Dinner was ugly as salmon. Where's the salmon? This is the salmon? God, that's overcooked. On a nasty roasted corn and cherry tomatoes, served cold because I don't put anything hot in my body. So you're not sleeping with your boyfriend? I see. Yeah, I was thinking this is probably made with... Holy fuck, what's the name? Corn flour, which has special name here in Germany. I'm not sure if that's the English name as well. Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah. Okay, make him wear burqa so that all the other women don't look at him in a sinful manner. You'd actually be helping society. You see, this is actually why they made cargo shorts. I usually keep mine in a box until I need him as a distraction. Need to go somewhere fancy? Hide behind him and no one will notice the little rat girl sneaking in to harvest food for the week. Have to go shopping. Take him and allow him to be your assistant. Ask for different sizes of those nice galoshes. They hide a good amount of food. And Louis won't even notice your red-stained claws from all the hot Cheetos you ate on the way in. Maybe try cheating on him. If he has an issue with that, well, it's obviously misogyny, and you can do better, Queen. Damn, I didn't even think of that. He deserves it for everything he's done to me. You go, girl. Have you tried giving him 2x4 therapy? Is that the one where you use 2x4 to clear the area of all interested parties, or when you do seasonal strikes to the face with a 2x4 to maintain light bruising and swelling? I meant the second one, but the first one is a great supplement to the second. Keep that import strong, girlies. That's why I exchanged my hot man for an orange cat. Still handsome, but with only one brain cell. Easier to deal with. That is a good plan. I'm addicted to the way he looks at me, adoringly, especially when I have treats. This shit isn't even satire anymore, fuck. I had once in a nightclub. No. I had once in a nightclub. The girl asked me, "Can we get the sentence structure, please?" Once in a nightclub, a girl asked me if the hot guy next to me was my boyfriend. I confirmed in a really annoyed voice, hated those incidents, and she said, "Too bad. And I also wanted you to know, today is my birthday." I was really annoyed, but now I think it's so funny. Of course it's your birthday. He's my boyfriend. I will just lend him to you for the night. Okay, Lenina, please read what you post before posting it. That was hard. My ugly boyfriend cheated. My handsome ex-husband did not. That's a lie. Not even Little Caesar's crazy bread? It's hot and ready. This is just the bubble from 30 Rock. Okay. Nothing useful anymore. True, and then you see all those posts about orange cats, how they're crazy. And so different from other cats. They're not. They're just normal cats. We haven't touched shower thoughts yet, now that I think about it. Women just seem to find him attractive. He's just a women magnet in this girl dinner post. Instead of being a slave to capitalism, I want to be a slave to a rich man. That is being a slave to capitalism, and this is clearly AI. Second on shower thoughts? Women don't want children anymore because the village that used to raise children is essentially gone. You're on your own these days. Yeah. That's just, yeah. Or do you mean another one? When people stop calling you old man, you probably are an old man. A lightly modified hearse is the ultimate camping vehicle. As obnoxious as they might be, the Minions would do an excellent cover of the Ketchup song. Okay, Erica. In your regard, you are 10 seconds behind me, so you'll have to give me pointers. It's easier with the guys since they're like 2 seconds behind, maybe. But YouTube is up to 20 seconds behind, so it's sometimes hard to tell what you're reacting to. I'm sorry. Okay, women don't want children anymore because the village that used to raise children is essentially gone. You're on your own these days. Yeah, it's a casual thought. Casual thoughts should be presented well, but maybe less unique or less remarkable than shower thoughts. If this post is poorly written, unoriginal, or rule-breaking, please report it. Otherwise, please add your comments to the discussion. it's a mixture, really. Children always were expensive, but since you could offload some of those expenses to friends and family while raising your kids, it was fine. Now you have to raise the child on your own, hope that you find a childcare service at some point, kindergarten, whatnot. Here in Germany, it can be... Hi, Erika. Welcome back. It can be so crazy that people are asking for kindergarten a place for their kid in kindergarten before it is even born. True. True. Because in the bigger cities, it's hard to find a space for your child. Even though you can sue them to give you that space or somewhere. Provide a kindergarten space for your kid. Yay! Weren't you on Twitch the last few times, though? I feel like I saw you more on Twitch the last few times. So yeah, it's... the kid thing, there also the aspect about women are punished for having children. If they have children, they pretty much lose the ability to go further in their career. So they cut themselves off making more money. They have nobody to help them raise kids. If I talk to my parents now, they know they will never have grandchildren from either my brother or myself. But they also basically said they don't want them. They wouldn't want to care for them. So, yeah, my parents would be out of the question if I ever would have the thought of wanting a child, which I absolutely will not. And yeah, career, money issues, as I said, then the whole village part, and sadly in most relationships it is still the woman that has to cut back in general when it comes to child rearing. So yeah, it's women just expecting more out of a relationship these days in regards to their partners before wanting a child, and then it being hard to find a decent partner, let's be honest. Let's be honest here, you guys have it easy since women tend to do most of the shit in a relationship. The emotional work, the household chores. It not necessarily, but most of the time, it's still considered the job of the woman, which is actually just not the case. It should be an equal amount on both sides. If somebody enjoys cleaning the kitchen more, then they should do the stuff around the kitchen, whilst the other person does the other things. But it should still be fair, and you should be talking about it. And if something like, I don't know, taking out the trash is something that neither wants to do, then you just switch it up. So just nobody feels like everything is put on them. And overall, communication. I will preach it until the end of my days. You need to communicate when you're in a relationship of any kind. Please, I beg of you. If you cannot be open with your partner about your honest feelings and opinions, then that is not a relationship you should pursue further either. Alright. Are there any reasons that I haven't listed here? Most people will cite money as the reason online. If you ask mothers why they aren't having more, money is one cause, but no support while juggling a house, kids, and a job, and the toll it takes on mental and physical health is, as well as having kids later in life. Better educated women have less kids and later in life. Those are also very prominent reasons. People have less kids but spend more time / money on the ones they have. Yeah, what I said. What she said, haha. Sorry. I don't even know why that is a meme. Money is the first and most obvious concern, but in my opinion, it's also rooted in the atomization of society that OP is referencing. The mental, financial, and physical tolls lessen when you have a community. Yes, absolutely. We have lost our social support net. Families are further apart, and there are fewer members to help out. I live 20 minutes away from some of ours and 3 hours from the next closest. People used to live on the same street or in the same house as their extended families. Yeah, I don't think there's much more input we're gonna find here. Yeah, you need to be able to listen for communication to work. Communication, after all, is a two-way street, and if the partner doesn't listen to anything being said, or always just only hears what they want to hear, then yeah, that also doesn't work. Like, I don't know, the famous someone that needs to take out the trash or wash the dishes, or I don't know, the someone that is never to be named. That is not helpful communication. True. Yeah. Talking to my parents can be such a pain because they internalize everything, and yeah, it's just getting something through to them is basically impossible. Yeah. And people are less willing to be flexible in their way of thinking the older they get. So yeah, there's definitely an age thing to it. That's also why there should be an age limit for political positions. Not into the, like, I think you can only be chancellor here in Germany starting from the age of 50, if I'm correct, which is crazy to me. Like, yeah, you will have to live your life, but why is there an age set at which you are only ever allowed to have that post or achieve that post, while you can be Of course he is, yes. You only ever fail. What was it? You only ever fail as... No. What was that? You will be promoted to the position your least... Oh, I don't get it. I can't get it together. It's like you get promoted and then you reach a point where you are not fit for the position, and that's the point where you will stop getting promoted. But you will also not get fired from that position because you failed up too far. It's fine, you're correct. Yeah, I forgot about Terry the Tyrannosaur. He's perfect for anything, really. He is perfect for anything. He generally gets dirtier when it goes into the toilet. What? They keep moving you up until you are just barely scraping by, but let's be honest, no one is getting promoted nowadays. Also true. But nobody wants to be promoted either. There are still few people that want to be promoted, don't get me wrong, but I've heard of so many people that have said, no, I don't want to get that promotion. I'm fine with what I'm getting right now and where I am in my position right now, because they don't want the extra work with very little benefits for them. Let's be honest. Also true, yeah. At least in Germany, that's not true. We're using drinkable water for our toilets, so unless the toilet wasn't cleaned in like months, years, whatever, your pee isn't getting dirtier. I don't want to look at these answers, I'm sorry. People who don't know Roman numerals may buy GTI 4 by mistake. Yeah. Yeah. Also true. I feel like he was high while writing that. I'm the slow NPC my dog has to follow. Life is so fragile, yet so abundant. Yep. But my dog is walking in front of me, so I guess I'm more the slow NPC my dog has to wait for to catch up. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, we tell dogs off for rolling in poo, but wear perfume with ingredients like civet and ambergris in them. True. True. I know what ambergris is. I don't know what civet is. Ambergris is basically crystallized whale poop. What is civet? I think they made a mistake. Okay. So it is one from the okay. I won't try to explain it. It is basically like the was it the beaver sack that is used for artificial vanilla flavor? Something like that. Probably not beaver, but yeah. People with hypothymesia are the smallest consumer base for password manager than disease related. What is hypothymesia? Hypersuperior autobiographical memory. Rare condition that lets the person recall an enormous amount of their life events in vivid, exact detail. Interesting. Education, education, education. To guarantee a child's right to education, we first deny their right to refuse it. You need to move to Germany. I guess. You are not allowed to not go to school here, basically. You are forced to have an education in Germany. But yeah. Yes. The wording is a bit iffy. If ghosts kill people and those people become ghosts too, that basically reproduction. Automatic folding side mirrors make it easy to find unlocked cars. Okay. Yeah, I guess. A distant ancestor decided to try sharpening things and then everything changed. The Toy Story universe, the toys are alive, is probably a popular conspiracy theory. I just really hope that grass tastes like chocolate cake for horses and goats. Okay, definitely high. The defining trait of ignoring people is self-assuredness. Their narrow, obscured worldview makes them feel secure in their misinformed opinions. Okay, yeah. AI is an excellent servant, but a dangerous master. All of our main sources of energy are nuclear energy. But yeah, it definitely seems like it. Definitely seems like it. Parkinson's disease must be especially tough for people that only communicate through sign language. Yikes. GTA? Soon there's going to be a video game with AI non-playable characters that are so lifelike it sparks an ethical debate about killing NPCs in video games. And that game is probably going to be GTA. 9 days ago. That was when the whole AI thing about GTA was already out, right? If you find difficult things easy, you are either very smart or very dumb. We're technically living in post-apocalyptic world because the meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs was an apocalyptic event. Okay. Okay. Okay, the shower thoughts is strange. You know what, let's go for the classic am I the asshole? It's gonna be easy, right? Clearly. Clear. Answers only. Were there better times? Kid with special needs keeps bothering me. I've spoken to the mum and she won't do anything about it. Ooh, I'm not touching that. Am I the asshole for telling my daughter she doesn't have the right to mourn or go to her ex-friend's funeral after what she did? I'm sorry, even if the verdict is not asshole. And no matter what that friend did, you have no right to forbid your daughter to go anywhere and do anything. What is the H in AITAH? I know AITH. I don't know AITAH. Ah, okay. Feels redundant. Yeah, feels redundant. Okay. I want to see why they got the not an asshole verdict. I'm sorry. New account, since my daughter does know my other account. When my daughter was in school, she became friends with a girl named Kelly. They stayed close through college, and my daughter was even one of Kelly's bridesmaids when she got married. To explain where my daughter's behavior came from, my ex-husband cheated on me repeatedly and our marriage ended horribly. My daughter doesn't speak to her father anymore and she absolutely despises cheating. About 7 years ago, my daughter became convinced that Kelly was cheating on her husband. She started harassing Kelly online and essentially blew up her life. By the time my daughter found out that the man she had seen Kelly with was actually a relative, they were at a fancy restaurant together, it was too late. Ah, okay. I thought it was about what the ex-friend did to her daughter, not what the daughter did to the ex-friend. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, okay. Yes. There was a fancy restaurant together. It was too late. Kelly's marriage had already fallen apart, and because we live in a very religious community, she was ostracized by many people. They had a huge falling out, and it basically came down to my daughter ruining Kelly's life. Kelly blocked her on everything and eventually moved away. Kelly hated my daughter after that, and so did her mother. I still run into Kelly's mother occasionally, and she has made her feelings about my daughter very clear. The issue is that Kelly recently passed away. My daughter found out through a Facebook post, and the funeral is this weekend, 2 states away. My daughter was planning to attend the funeral, and I told her that I thought it was a terrible idea. She said she needed to go, and I told her again that she shouldn't. We got into an argument, and she said she had every right to mourn her friend and attend the funeral. I told her that she really didn't have the right to mourn Kelly or go to the funeral because Kelly hated her after everything that happened, because my daughter had destroyed her life. She hasn't spoken to me since. Now I'm wondering if I should warn Kelly's family that my daughter might show up at the funeral, or that I might be in the wrong here. You should warn Kelly's family. Your daughter's unhinged. But she still has the right to mourn her friend, ex-friend. That is still in her rights. She should just not show up at the funeral. If the family doesn't want her there, that is it. She's not there. She shouldn't be there. Not the asshole, but your entire community is, and your daughter too. Sure. To be honest, I'm not surprised. People do not like cheaters. Even we didn't live in a religion. Even if we didn't live in a religious area, I have a feeling she still would have lost a lot of friends. Also, it didn't help she didn't have the best reputation to begin with, while my daughter had a much better reputation in the community. This is an explanation on why the rumors spread so much and why people believe my daughter over Kelly. Gossip can be a real shitty thing. The religious people did not help, though. Yeah. Let's be honest, we will always most likely believe the worst before we believe the best in the people. Especially if they have a bad reputation. Unless, of course, you are like a very obsessed fan of somebody and don't want to see the bad that they did. Okay, I need to use the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. Alright. Now, yeah, I don't think we really need to read the comments on that one. That is a clear cut. Not the asshole. The wording of the title could be better, though. Am I the asshole for not answering my family's calls for 5 days? Depends. Am I the asshole for refusing to ship my friend's stuff back? Depends, but most likely yes. Yeah. Am I the asshole for not telling my girlfriend's parents that I speak their language for almost 3 years because they didn't ask? Ooh. That can... that can turn out interesting. Let's go into this one. My girlfriend's parents speak Russian. I also speak Russian. Nothing about me would hint at that. What would hint at anyone speaking any language, let's be honest? My great-grandpa picked it up as a POW. Guys, help, please. Ah, thank you. Gave it on to his children, and so did they. I took a Russian course ages ago to make the most out of my random rudimentary Russian and just kept listening to and watching Russian content now and then and kept it at what I would say is a decent conversational level. My English is much better and my French and Italian are better as well. Therefore, I never had any reason to show that off. I never thought much of it. Met my girlfriend and she was Russian. Has Russian roots but doesn't speak Russian. It never was a topic. Her parents are native Russian speakers but also speak perfect German, which is my language. Yeah, English definitely is not. You couldn't tell they weren't born here. Those two do whatever, however, have some short comments back on and forth in Russian sometimes. Nothing delicate, nothing the rest of the world of us wouldn't be allowed to hear. We always speak German and it's no issue for anyone. Their upbringing is almost never a topic apart from some funny anecdotes here and there about life as a kid back then. Nothing deep. The other day, a family friend of them, also Russian, came by. Nice evening as always. As older generations sometimes do, they were mocking my generation in a light-hearted banter-joking kind of way. The friend at one point said something about how much tougher they are compared to... Oh, God. In an equally joking banter kind of way. 100% that was the tone. I am certain I didn't overstep on accident. I said, not literally, what would best be described as, well, bitch, I hope you're not scared to put your money where your mouth is, in Russian. Oh boy. Yeah, he would. He would, Erika, he would. Okay, shocked silence. Rough language is normal. They wouldn't be offended over a bit of banter. Promise. Later, my girlfriend said that they were really disturbed that I was fluent in Russian. Wouldn't say that I am, but that's beside the point. And just left them in the dark about it. Thing is, they never asked. It was never a topic. They knew my great-grandpa was a prisoner of war in Serbia. I told them that when it was actually the topic. And we joked about it because some of the mother's family were locked up there at about the same time as well. Haha, they were cellmates kind of thing. But the language thing never came up and I just didn't think much about it. Of it, darling? Nothing of any gravity ever happened in Russian in the household. Half the family doesn't speak it. We all speak German to each other. I don't know how this matters. I wasn't eavesdropping either. They never shared a secret in Russian while I was there. I would have said something if that was the case, but it only ever was some random bullshit. So now they are crossed because apparently I kept a major secret from them. I'm confused because nobody cared about that before. It wouldn't have changed a thing. We understood each other fine and still do. My girlfriend is stressed because she can see both sides, but also thinks the drama is annoying and pointless. Am I guilty? Edit. My girlfriend always knew that. Yeah. This is a weird one. I can kind of see the parent side of it. It's fine, Erica. It's fine. If you just joke in your native language, not thinking anybody can understand, and just have like short comments about stuff and just feel comfortable talking your mother tongue, not thinking anyone can understand, even if what you're saying isn't all that problematic. I think the possibility that they might have said something in front of him that might implicate them in some way, shape, or form is probably more so the problem here than him hiding that he speaks Russian. If the girlfriend knew and she knew her parents were making Russian comments, not once did she mention he understands. It's not that anyone can understand. Three out of the 4 people do understand it to their knowledge. Yeah, well, the daughter doesn't even speak Russian. That's kind of funny part. But yeah, in that case, 3 out of 5 knew Russian. But yeah, it is his grandpa being a prisoner of war doesn't necessarily mean he will learn a whole lot of Russian, really. So them not making that connection is not really that hard. It is absolutely a jerk move, which is probably also why they feel a bit guilty. It's probably more guilt than anything else from their side. And him maybe misreading some of their comments, really. Nah, but after 3 years I get why they found it weird. Yeah, for sure. He could have also played it off as only starting to have learned it because of the family, so he understood them better. Which would also be a lie, but, you know. Sometimes. Sometimes it's fine. And I think that once you speak more than 2 languages, it's kind of weird to list them all off to everyone you know. Yeah, no, but let's be honest, I'm German. I technically know Latin, French, English, a bit of Japanese, and I could probably decipher some Italian, Spanish, and Greek not so much, based on the languages that I know. In written form, not spoken. So, yeah, just because I tell you that I know these languages doesn't necessarily mean I know them well enough. I forgot most of my French. You're doing well, Ducky. You're doing well. If they cover it up with the lie, it's just gonna blow up more. Yeah, true that. Everyone you know, that's the parents of their partner. Also true. Not when they also speak that language. It's not like you're randomly bragging to people. Yeah, it's kind of weird. OP didn't volunteer to girlfriend, right? Okay, that's probably before the edit. It would have been way weird if a girlfriend's parent asked some random German if he speaks Russian, not. Now, that would have been a bit rude. Yeah. Overall, it definitely was on him to be like, guys, I can understand you from the get-go. He is kinda the asshole. Kinda. Overall, it's I wouldn't say it's really an asshole move. It's a weird move to not be like straight up with the partner, the parents of your partner. Ah, oops. Ah. Possibly, maybe. I don't know. That it's also on the girlfriend that she never told the parents, so I don't know. It's maybe the girlfriend doesn't feel comfortable talking to her parents about her boyfriend. That could be a possibility. And yeah, I feel like, yeah, it's from their perspective, it kind of the guilt of having been caught, I feel like. Yeah, it's weird. It is weird. This is a weird one. I don't know. Tentative asshole. I don't know. What are the titles you can give? Doesn't really say how often they meet, but I'm gonna presume they are both in their teens, so the girlfriend is still living with the parents, so every time he goes to his girlfriend, he meets the parents. Is gonna be my prediction. He sounds young. Yeah. The verdict is no assholes here. It's weird. Duke of the Waffle House parking lot. Here's a weird one. Okay, Taka, you're probably gonna leave us at 10? Do you have a story I should read? You want me to read? Would I be the ass for asking my daughter's boyfriend to stop having dinner with us? If you're not, you're always welcome to stay, but that's normally the time you leave. Am I the asshole for telling my husband that paternity leave isn't a holiday? Definitely not the husband. Girl. What? What kind of husband did you marry and have a child with? Am I the asshole for leaving my best friend alone at our hotel while everyone else went out? I would say yes, most likely. Am I the asshole for refusing to go to my student goodbye party? No. Is there one? Wait, did I miss one? I almost died. My husband thinks I'm taking time off party. Ah, the paternity leave, yeah. Should we look into this? I, 30s female, gave birth to a son a few days ago. It was incredibly traumatic. I had a severe postpartum hemorrhage, lost 1.8 liters of blood, and had emergency surgery to remove my placenta. I am still recovering. Yeah, no shit. Our son was born with pulmonary atresia with intact ventricular septum and was admitted straight to the NICU. He'll likely need heart surgery, and we've since been told they found another abnormality they're investigating. Oh, holy fuck. And then you have a husband like this. My husband has a son from a previous relationship, Greg. I want to be clear that I have no issues with Greg meeting his little brother or spending time with his dad. I've never asked him to choose between his children. 2 days after I gave birth, I thought Greg's mom would bring him to meet the baby before taking him home. Instead, my husband collected Greg and spent the entire day with him. They went on the London Eye, had lunch, he had a beer, then went home to play Xbox until Greg was collected around 9 p.m. At least she's living in England. I am glad, I really am, that you're not living in the US. Yeah, for sure. During that day, my husband spent around 20 minutes with our newborn in the NICU and barely saw me. My mother stayed with me on the postnatal ward, but she couldn't come into the NICU, so I was making my own way to see our son while recovering from major blood loss and surgery. When I explained I wasn't upset Greg had visited, but that I hadn't expected to be left alone all day while our baby was critically ill, my husband became defensive. He said he enjoyed spending time with Greg and that he was being a parent. I replied that I wasn't saying he shouldn't parent Greg. I was saying I needed him to be a husband to me and a father to a newborn during what was a medical emergency. When I later explained how serious my blood loss had been, his response was, my sister lost 5 what? Liters of blood? She would be dead. The next day I told him doctors had found another abnormality with our son's heart. He complained nobody had told him I am okay. I pointed out he'd already left because he'd only spent about 20 minutes in the NICU. I've now been discharged, but our son is still in the NICU. I'm exhausted and terrified to leave him while my husband has spent the morning taking Greg to the cinema. I finally told him that paternity leave isn't supposed to be a holiday and that I don't feel supported. I said if this is what his paternity leave looks like, I'd almost rather he went back to work because at least then I'd understand why I was doing everything alone. He says I am being unfair because he's trying to balance both children. How is he balancing both children? Am I the asshole? This guy sucks, yes. Oh my goodness. Not the asshole. The child is in the NICU, should definitely take priority. I'm sorry you had to deal with this all by yourself. He's not parenting both kids at all. He's ignoring the newborn in favor of the 11-year-old. The age was mentioned? Where was the age mentioned? Oh well. I would divorce a man who left me without support at a vulnerable time to go have fun with his other kid. Like, from the hospital bed, any love I had for him would die instantly. Possible. Yes. But overall, I just am happy that she's not in the US. Like, the NHS isn't great either, but at least you're not gonna lose thousands of dollars for surviving and giving birth. I've been the Greg in comparable situations before, and I spent the entire day in the hospital. I was involved, but wasn't the focus. Every adult made it clear the person recovering from a major medical episode was rightfully the center of attention, the one whom every plan revolved around. What on earth was the father thinking? True. Yeah. He was thinking about what he wanted and only that. There's a reason the previous relationship with Greg's mom ended. Yeah. Maybe Greg's mom should have warned her, though. I feel like there should have been some communication, if that was the case. And there it is. He's one of those men who will never understand why the women leave him. Sigh. The divorce came out of nowhere. Yep. Current baby isn't fun yet. He'll maybe be the occasional weekend fun dad, but he'll never really be a dad. Yeah. An 11-year-old is old enough to understand that families band together and prioritize the injured person. It's good for them to be included in that responsibility. It teaches empathy. The husband's remark comparing OP's blood loss with his sister's is juvenile and diabolical. It shows how our misogynistic culture trivializes female injury. OP, you have a long road ahead. Plus, it's inaccurate since either the sister lost all the blood in her body or he's comparing liters to pints. 1.8 liters is around 3 pints. Either way, the sister would have needed blood transfusions to survive. OP may or may not have gotten it, and if she didn't, she could easily be in worse shape than the sister. A quick Google search just told me there are 5 liters of blood in the human body, so his sister lost every last milliliter of blood in her body. That's what this dude said. Yeah, right. Yeah. It is possible because the human body has extra blood when pregnant, plus you can keep losing while they are transfusing more in. But it is completely inappropriate and dismissive to use it to try and discount OP's trauma and medical condition. What happened to her was serious and life-threatening. I lost about the same amount of blood as OP, 1.9 liters, and had to have 2 blood transfusions. It's a huge deal. I would never ever be able to forgive my husband if he did this. Even if the body has more blood during pregnancy, which I don't think so, losing 5 liters of blood would kill you. Without blood transfusions, that is. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The sad part is, these assholes always get somebody way too good for them. And because they are the way they are, those good people will be traumatized for the next relation that they get into, if they get into a new one at all. So, yeah. This will probably end up as a single mother with a child with a heart condition that may or may not live to see their first birthday. Let's hope. But yeah, I do not have high hopes for this child. I'm sorry, especially not with that father around. Okay, do we have anyone else? I think we understand why your husband and his ex didn't stay together. Yeah. Anybody else? If his sister had lost 5 liters, she would be dead. As an average human has around that in their entire body. I'm sorry you are going through all this alone. I understand that his other kid probably may feel insecure with the new baby coming, but now it's not the time to be doing all those things. Your husband is a jerk and doesn't sound like he understands how close he was of losing you both. Yeah, it's definitely not. No. My goodness. I don't know. This is fun sometimes, for sure. I could get behind doing this every time. Instead of gaming right now. I'm kind of sick and tired of gaming. Of the games I've played in recent times. But no, we're gonna play Baldur's Gate, but probably not tomorrow either. Could you low? Hello? Hello? Okay, guess not. It's, I think, supposed to be like 35 tomorrow? I know 31. Okay, maybe if my room cools down enough. Yeah. Am I the asshole for agreeing that my co-worker's new hairstyle looked better? Why looked better if it's the new hairstyle? Am I the asshole for offering a frozen dinner to an uninvited guest at a dinner party? Ooh. You spend $300 on a dinner party. I kind of need to read this. A couple times a year, I like to throw a nice dinner party for old friends. This time, I invited 5 people. 2 were couples and 1 was single. We all have known each other for around 15 years and get together maybe every 3 months. I was making filet mignon and a small lobster tail with 2 sides. What? Why? I spent over $300. Yeah, that's why. And didn't buy extra because they are served 1 each per guest and are expensive. Yes. Oh, sure. As a surprise to me, the single guest brought along his new girlfriend, who I had not met or known about. I was nice about it, but upset because I only purchased enough meat and lobster tail for the guests who were invited. I talked to the friend who brought the uninvited guest and said that I didn't have extra food and the filet mignon cooked to individual doneness. I guess individual preference. Yeah, basically. And lobster tail isn't something that can be cut up and divided or spread out between more people, and said that I had frozen pizza or another frozen dinner I could heat up. He was very upset with me and accused me of not liking his new girlfriend and trying to embarrass them. After his outburst, they left. Was I wrong? Should I have cut up the filet mignon and lobster tail and spread it out between an extra person instead of offering a frozen meal? Edit, I didn't think of them splitting their plates at the time. I have ADHD, so I have some issues with changes in plans and multitasking. Anyway, another friend messaged tonight that the friend that brought the uninvited girlfriend had been arguing with her before the dinner, so that is part of the reason he was upset and quick to leave. So, okay, let me get this straight. He came to the dinner without previously, in any shape or form, tell you that he's gonna bring a guest. Asshole move to begin with. Then, he was like, hey, it's fine, I am gonna just share part of my meal. I don't know, she'll get the lobster tail, I'll take the filet mignon. If they have sides, those would probably also be enough to feed the people. Let's be honest here. If they're willing to spend $300 on a meal for 5 people, they most likely have enough sides for everybody. Unless it's like 1 potato per person, then scratch that. But I would think then OP would be able to cook maybe 1 more potato. Let's hope. But yeah. Not telling the person who's inviting you out for dinner or any other thing that you're bringing somebody is a no-go. I'm sorry. You have to inform somebody who's preparing your food that another person will be there to be fed. Or you bring the person, be like, hey, this is my new girlfriend. I'm sorry I can't stick around much longer. We're gonna go eat something else and gonna come back later. I don't know. Also, not the nicest move, but at least wouldn't put pressure on OP. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is OP's job to be like, yo, we can split portions. He brought somebody, so he has to share his dish with her if that is what he wants. You know, during my school days, I was always the last minute guest at my best friend's house. And her mother wasn't very the best cook at the time, so most of theirs was just frozen meals, basically, or like frozen vegetables just warmed up with some nuggets or something. And if I came over, I would just get the vegetables plus maybe mashed potatoes, but the ready-made bags, which the rest of the family also got, just not the nuggets, because the nuggets were basically just for my friend and her brother, which I was absolutely fine with. It was last minute. I was happy that I would get anything. I would have also just went to the dinner place just outside the house. I would have been fine with that. So yeah, this is some entitlement if somebody spends $300 for 5 people. And then expect that they have enough for everybody. For an uninvited guest. Yeah, no, that's not something I can get behind. Well, that's a way to make friends. But yeah, doesn't sound very comfortable, to be honest. Okay, not the asshole, obviously. You were being as gracious as a host can be, and your friend was being selfish and dumb. I bet his new girlfriend was not exactly impressed with his behavior either. True. The friend could have offered up his lobster tail or mignon for his girlfriend. Also true. This is the answer. I noticed he didn't suggest giving up or sharing his steak for his guest. No, he wanted OP to give up theirs, of course. See? Look at the bright side of things. Yeah, okay. I don't think the comments are gonna give us much in this one. This one, I kind of want to see what this is all about. Am I the asshole for agreeing that my co-worker's new hairstyle looked better? The other day at work, one of my co-workers was leaving early. We joke around a lot, so I say, "You're leaving already? Got a hot date?" She loved and said she was getting her hair done. The next day, she came in with long, straight hair, and I told her it looked beautiful. For context, she previously had told me she didn't like her natural hair and that it was always a mess because she never took care of it. She was excited about getting it done, so when she said she thought it looked so much better, I agreed. In my mind, I was just trying to hype her up because she seemed happy and more confident. I didn't think there was anything wrong with her natural hair, and I wasn't making a statement about black hair or natural hair in general. Okay. Later that day, I was called into HR. Apparently, HR had overheard her talking to another co-worker. According to HR, she felt I only liked her new hairstyle because it was more wide passing and that I was out of the line for agreeing that it looked better. The HR director told me racism would not be tolerated and that people in the office were talking about my comments. I wasn't told exactly what had been said beyond that. One thing that makes this harder for me to process is that our HR director has a reputation in the office for being very drama-driven. There always seems to be some kind of issue or conflict surrounding him, and his approach tends to escalate situations rather than to resolve them. Because of that, I don't know if I got the full story or whether things were repeated with additional assumptions or exaggerations. I was honestly shocked and mortified because that was never my intention. Looking back, I can understand how agreeing that one hairstyle looked better could have been interpreted differently than I meant it. At the time, though, I generally thought I was complimenting her and agreed, with something she had already said about herself. Am I the asshole for agreeing that her new hairstyle looked better, even though I was only trying to be supportive? Okay, first and foremost, you need to talk to your friend and figure out what this is all about. Yeah. But, this is an iffy one. I feel like there's more that is being left out. Something is missing in this story. Yeah, we have the whole HR's drama-driven bit in here, but her friend, if she really is a friend, wouldn't just randomly make a comment to a co-worker, to another co-worker, about like, oh, OP is so complimenting me because now I'm wide passing or something. Something doesn't add up. Yeah, something is missing. I need the other side. Okay, info. Did you tell her it looked better or just that it is beautiful? If you said better, then I find it rude, but probably not racist, depending on your other views / behaviors. If you said beautiful, then I think it's fine and HR is looking for drama. I said it looked beautiful and she said it looked so much better and I just said, yeah, I'm happy you like it. I didn't really know what to say to that. I'm kind of awkward, honestly. Not the asshole if you were just agreeing with / supporting her own assessment and generally saying it looked nice. If there were any racial undertones in her views, it's absolutely not your place to challenge them, especially in a workplace. This is standard small talk that HR is running wild with. Just a lesson for you in being extra careful. Have fun with your meeting, Dawn. Thank you for your input. I do feel there was a bit of drama starting with HR. I just want to make sure I am never offending anyone in any way. We are decently close, taking breaks together, texting outside of work, etc. So I was shocked she would have made those comments. Yeah, I kinda want OP to talk to that friend to clear up any misunderstandings. Next time just say, well, now it's officially your favorite too, right? And watch the awkwardness evaporate. Phrasing matters, but given that the co-worker was already saying she preferred it and the poster was just trying to agree, jumping straight to a racial accusation, feels like HR doing what HR does best. That you even have to police the words that closely is fucking absurd. Hey, Taki. Be nice. I mean, saying, wow, you look so much better is going to strike most people as a criticism of the previous look. Yes. Racial comments component completely aside. Except she brought it up, so there's that. Sure, but I'm responding to your post about policing the words better versus beautiful. In general, you do have to be a bit careful with the former. I get that, but there's parsing words and there's going to HR about it. At best it's awkward. At most it's rude, but racist worth destroying someone's career? No. Yeah, for sure. I don't read any of OP's actions here as racist or HR worthy at all, so we agree about that one for sure. Not the asshole, but I'd avoid this co-worker from now on if contributed to HR's remark. No, I do not agree with that one. They need to talk and figure out how that happened. Picture of person A, person B, looking good, person C. So you hate person D? Hey. I think it's highly suspicious that HR brought OP in based on remarks HR overheard between the co-worker and additional co-worker. So OP and CW co-worker have a work friendship. OP says whatever she says directly to co-worker. Co-worker is having another conversation about her new hairstyle with a third co-worker, and that HR overhears. Sorry. HR interprets whatever he heard as she felt I only like her new hairstyle because it was more wide passing and that I was out of line for agreeing that it looked better. I think OP should have asked if co-worker spoke directly with HR and clarify if a report was actually filed, but it kind of sounds like HR just overheard part of the conversation and then used his jump to conclusion mat to fill in the rest. Yeah. Have a conversation, please. This is not gonna go away until you talk to your friend. Done. There's not much to add. Oh. There is not much to add there. Oh, for sure, yeah. For sure. It's kind of a bit weird. Guess they had nothing else to do and we're like, well, gotta see what new gossip is around. He's so sweet. I wanted to try it. Am I the asshole for calling out someone sorting pre-packed strawberries? Pre-packed strawberries. Not gonna touch that. We left our friend in another country. Brokerage? Ah. Am I the asshole for ignoring my brother's request to manage my brokerage account? What is brokerage? Am I the asshole for refusing to share my brokerage account info with my brother? Okay, I kind of need to know what brokerage is before I can make a verdict. Is that a broker ad? Brokerage. Okay, yeah. Okay. Okay. My 39 female mother called me 10 times tonight asking for my brokerage account login info. She wants my brother, 36, male. Your mother was 3 when she had your brother. Oh. false alarm. How dare they? Oh, no, my. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why I always want to put those together instead of the my with the H. Okay. And my mother called 10 times and kept. Let's call him Jack to manage my investments because he has free time and low self-esteem. I said no. Yeah, no shit. For context, Jack lives without parents and hasn't held a job since college. Yeah, I wouldn't let him deal with my finances either. Claiming he's working on a startup, he has unaddressed anger issues. In high school, he hit a classmate with a tennis racket and admits he cannot control himself when he sees red. Mental illness runs in our family, but our parents never got him professional help. Get your brother into therapy right now? Jack hasn't spoken to our dad in years despite living in the same house. He constantly seeks validation from the rest of us that our dad is the problem. A few months ago, Jack tried to bring up the topic of a family trip, second or third time, mentioning that our dad was verbally abusive to our grandparents. I maintained that I wasn't present to observe the exchange, as usual, and said I couldn't give feedback. He started yelling and cursing at me, so I hung up. Sorry. I'm guessing right now. In retaliation, he locked me out of a shared Amazon account containing my credit card info and kicked me off a shared antivirus plan. I was relieved to cut those ties because sharing finances with him felt like a ticking time bomb. We haven't spoken directly since. Dude, why are you sharing your Amazon account with him? What? Fast forward to tonight. My mother feels for Jack and wants to help Jack with his self-esteem issues and brought up Jack's idea that I should let Jack manage my brokerage account. Can we not say Jack again? I told her absolutely not, and that she needs to stop seeing Jack as someone normal that she could cure. Wow, there's build-up resentment, understandably, but there is a lot of build-up resentment here. Do you understand that he needs a therapist, but Jack is resistant to the idea? Every time these verbally charged exchanges with Jack happen, I lose sleep. So, am I the asshole? Yep, sounds like a sound plan. Sounds like a very sound plan. To give a person with anger issues that can't even maybe see their own faults in actions. No. Yeah. Well, they're the older female sibling. That says it all, basically. Sadly. I would tell your mother that you're done with the conversation and mean it, that a continued relationship with you is contingent on her leaving you out of Jack's issues. I get why she's being an asshole and can sympathize with her, but you don't have to allow her to drag you through it anymore. Not the asshole. I've shared with her my reasons for not sharing my account information, my brother not being mentally stable, but was so surprised that she totally ignored my explanation. Very atypical of her. I ended up not responding. Ooh, I feel like the mother might actually get abused by the brother in some way. Or at least emotionally manipulated. Yeah, this family is not doing well. I ended up not responding to any of the 10 or more calls she made tonight. I also sympathize with her somewhat because I worry for my brother too. I just can't sacrifice my own mental health for him. I don't think it's the mother's. Well, it could be. It could be the mother's idea to help him, but I don't know. I don't know. Feels weird. Hmm. When I read your headline, I naively assumed that your brother was perhaps a finance guy working in the field. Lo and behold, he's just an unemployed bum talking about brokerage accounts. Lol, does he even know what goes into such things? Since when is messing around with someone's finances a cure for low self-esteem? It gets more and more ridiculous as I read. Not the asshole, and stay away from these people. Yeah, he is definitely not starting a startup anytime soon. Or at all, for that matter. Well, he might start that startup with the money from his big sister. For sure, yeah. They know everything. They have the time, Dawn. Am I the asshole for being insecure about my fiance and his best friend spending time together? Because you should pay him, yes, so next time he needs money, he just arrests more. Yeah. Yep. Oh. For once, this is from the mother's or father's perspective. Interesting. Been bitten enough, you stupid mosquito. Everything is itching. I am done with you. Remote war. What is this? Ghosts. Huh? Ah. Okay. Yeah, normally we get it from the victim's perspective, so let's see what this mother has to tell us. I, 59 female, have two daughters, Emma, 35 female, and Chloe, 33 female. Emma has been married to her husband, 36 male, for 11 years, and they have two children together. Chloe has been married to her husband, 34 male, for 8 years, and they have one 5-year-old son. About 6 weeks ago, Emma called me just after midnight, completely hysterical. She told me she'd suspected for months that her husband was hiding something. He'd become distant, constantly guarded his phone, and was always finding excuses to stay late at work. That night, after he fell asleep beside her, she looked through his phone for the first time. She found years of explicit messages between him and Chloe. The affair had been going on for almost 4 years. Emma was devastated. She kept asking me how her own sister could do this to her. A few days later, we were at my brother's birthday party when Emma confronted Chloe outside. Chloe denied everything at first and insisted Emma had misunderstood. When Emma said she'd read the messages herself, Chloe completely fell apart. She started crying, admitted the affair, and kept repeating, I don't know why I did it. I'm so sorry. It was the biggest mistake of my life. Emma asked how 4 years could possibly be a mistake. Chloe had no answers. Yeah. I lost the memories of the last 4 years. What? I did what? The argument escalated into a screaming match. Chloe tried to slap Emma, but several relatives stepped in before she could. Chloe's husband quietly took the son home after realizing what had happened. Within days, he told Chloe he wanted a divorce. Emma also filed for divorce after her husband admitted everything. After it came out, Chloe called me 82 times in one day. I answered once because I hoped she was calling to explain herself. Instead, she cried the entire time, begging me not to abandon her. She said she'd already lost her husband, was probably going to lose her shared custody of her son, and couldn't bear losing her mother too. She said she knew she didn't deserve forgiveness, but begged me not to hate her forever. I told her I couldn't look at her the same way anymore. I said this wasn't one bad decision, it was years of lying to her sister, her husband, and the rest of us. I told her I loved her because she's my daughter, but I didn't want contact with her for the foreseeable future. Since then, I've ignored every attempt she's made to reach out. This is where my family thinks I'm wrong. My sisters say Chloe has already lost everything: her marriage, her relationship with her sister, many of her friends, and likely the family she dreamed of giving her son. They say she's genuinely remorseful, has started individual therapy, and isn't trying to justify what she did. They argue that if a mother won't stand by her child after they've hit rock bottom, who will? They also remind me that cutting Chloe off means my grandson is growing up without his grandmother, even though he's done nothing wrong. I understand all of that. It's not like the grandmother can't meet with the grandson just because the daughter involved in that birthing of the grandson is not involved in the relationship anymore. It would be kind of weird, yeah, but I feel like if OP here still has a decent relationship with the father, it should be absolutely fine. She's only remorseful about getting caught, not the relationship happening at all. Yeah. You know, the sisters can totally back her up if they want to be on Chloe's side. Hey, go ahead. She's all yours. Yeah, true. Where was I? But every time I think about welcoming Chloe back into my life, I picture Emma reading those messages alone in the middle of the night, realizing that 2 of the people she trusted most had been lying to her for years. I don't know if I can move past that. My family says I'm punishing Chloe forever for something she already deeply regrets. I feel like I'm simply refusing to pretend it never happened. Am I the asshole? I know a lot of people are used to seeing cheating posts and always think they are fake, but what would you do if you were in my shoes? As the mother, if Chloe really... Yeah, true. We're really remorseful. I feel like you could give her a chance of at least meeting sometimes. But backing her up, no. Helping her, sure. If she needs help, she's family still. But as she is right now, yeah, it's definitely the sister that has to be the judge in this regard. The victim, not the other one. And again, we're absolutely ignoring the asshole husband that also was involved in that cheating. He's gone, sure, but I always hate that everything is always put on the woman when it comes to cheating. Hers is 5. Chloe's is 5. And the sister had 2, if I remember correctly. 1 second. Yeah, Chloe's... and... Emma's children, we don't know the age of. But I'm gonna say 11 years. Married, maybe 8 and 6 or something. Yep. It could be like the whole I didn't feel attractive again thing that sometimes happens to women after giving birth. And then the husband of her sister came onto her. It could, in this case, I kind of want to know who came onto whom. It does not justify her actions, don't get me wrong, but it would at least kind of lessen the burden here. Not the asshole, she's not genuinely remorseful. She's sad she got caught and is facing consequences, for sure. Can't you have a relationship with your grandson via his father? Tell your sisters to mind their own business. This is between you and your daughters, nothing to do with them. True. I can kind of have a relationship with him, but the problem is that he wants his child to grow up closer to his own family, who lives in another city rather than his ex-wife's family. Which is legit, but that doesn't mean that you can't meet the child. Yeah, for sure. I think that's fair, but I also believe you can still try to connect with him when he's ready. I'm sure once things settle down a bit, he will also prioritize his son's well-being and happiness. Agree. Agreed. It may be painful for you for a bit, but give it some time, and when they've settled in their new location, I'm sure he'd be fine with you coming out for a visit. Yeah. I don't think there's gonna be much more in the comments here. Go for the first update. And there's a second one as well. Alright. I know it's very early for me to post an update, and I wasn't planning on it, but after reading the comments on my first post, I decided I needed one final conversation with Chloe before I completely closed the door. I went to her house yesterday, and I expected her to be emotional after calling me 82 times in one day, but she was surprisingly calm. I asked her the one question I still couldn't understand. Why? She admitted she'd been attracted to Emma's husband for years. She said what started as admiration eventually became feelings, and over time, they crossed a line. Instead of ending it, they kept convincing themselves it would be the last time. She insisted she regretted everything. I asked if she'd spoken to Emma. She told me the only contact she'd had was one text before Emma blocked her on everything. Emma told her she'd destroyed their family, taken away her children's stable home, and that she hoped the affair had been worth losing a sister forever because, as far as she was concerned, Chloe no longer had one. Emma blocked her immediately afterward. There. Oh yeah. This is family drama that I live for. I wouldn't want it for myself or anyone, but reading about it, spicy. Chloe also admitted she later waited outside the school gates, hoping to speak to Emma when she came to collect the kids. Chloe, you need to give your sister space. What are you doing? Emma refused to speak to her. Yeah, no shit. Warned her to stay away from her and the children, and told her that if she ever approached them again, she'd regret it. Chloe left crying. Yeah. I told Chloe her waiting outside the school was completely inappropriate, thanks, Mother. Regardless of her intentions, she insisted she only wanted to apologize and prove she cared about Emma. I then asked if she truly felt remorse. That's when I completely lost my patience. Instead of taking full responsibility, Chloe started telling me Emma's marriage had already been falling apart, that Emma and her husband had been drifting apart for years, and that he often confided in her. She admitted the affair was wrong, but repeatedly tried to place part of the blame on Emma, saying if their marriage had been happier, none of this would have happened. Yikes. Oh no, she definitely is not. I was furious. Honestly, I couldn't believe I had raised someone capable of thinking like that. I told her there's no marriage bad enough to justify secretly sleeping with your own sister's husband for 4 years. I told her I wasn't just disappointed, I was ashamed that she was my daughter. The more she tried to justify herself, the angrier I became. The conversation eventually turned to her own divorce. She talked about how difficult everything had been for her and how her husband still plans to move to Washington with their son to be closer to his family. She said she may have to move there too if she wants to stay close to him. Girl, get away from your ex-husband. This is gonna get you a restraining order. As she spoke, I realized almost everything was about what she had lost: her marriage, her home, her reputation, and possibly seeing her son every day. Very little of it was about Emma or the damage she'd caused. At the end of the conversation, Chloe asked if we were cool now. I told her, no, we're not cool, and we might never be. I said that if I ever found it in my heart to reconcile with her, it would be on my terms and in my own time, not because she thought one conversation would erase 4 years of lies and betrayal. I walked out feeling angrier than when I arrived. I honestly don't know what to do anymore. I love both of my daughters, but after that conversation, I'm not convinced Chloe truly understands the pain she's caused. Yeah. Why does the other woman always believe my marriage is falling apart and I'm not actually close to my wife bullshit? Every single time. We all know this man would have happily remained in his marriage with his side chick sister-in-law forever if Emma didn't find him out. He's probably begging Emma in texts to give him another chance, and that Chloe means nothing to him. Tale as old as time, but the woman keeps falling for it. Baffling. I'm pretty sure there might be a final part 3. I'm not sure how many parts I can keep making before Reddit says otherwise. Emma and her husband did have some problems, but they were mostly, if not always, minor and nothing serious. I'm still trying to process how it was going on for 4 years without anyone knowing. True. That's also kind of weird. If this was going on for 4 years, and Emma only noticed her husband changing in the last couple of months, something is off. I guess husband also got a second side chick. Yeah, it definitely feels... He is also a bit too well written. In a way. Sure, this is a, what was it, 59-year-old female, apparently. But yeah, it feels weird. True. I read the first post and I'm still confused at why Emma's husband's behavior changed all of a sudden if it was going on for 4 years. Why did he suddenly become cagey, defensive, and hiding his phone if it's been going on for the last 4 years? Because Emma was all of a sudden curious and had a feeling he was cheating on her. I think he sensed that and didn't want the secret to be found. Yeah, something isn't adding up. AI doesn't understand human behavior. For real. Yeah. Anyway, let's read the last part. I want to see what this bot has cooked up for us. And that's probably gonna be my last bit. Oh my god, this is maybe the longest stream I had in forever. Final update. I said after my last update that I'd come back one last time once things had settled down a bit. So this will be my final post. First, thank you to everyone who commented to my last post. I read and replied to more comments than I expected. Some of them were difficult to read, but they gave me a lot to think about. To answer the question I saw the most, Chloe's son is definitely her husband's. Chloe's white, her husband is black, and the son is mixed race, so there was never any question about that. The divorces are still going ahead. Nothing has been finalized yet, but neither couple is trying to work things out anymore. Did you keep... I didn't leave it open. I didn't pay attention to any of the other ones. I think it was only like 1 month showing for me. Doesn't matter. Sorry. Yeah, true. True. A lot of people also asked about my sisters. Yes, they knew about the affair before Emma found out. And they didn't tell anybody. They admitted they stayed quiet because they thought it was a family matter and hoped it would end before anyone got hurt. When did they figure it out? If they knew that it was going on for 4 years, I'm sorry, that is not protecting anyone. I understand why they thought that, but I can't agree with it. Emma spent years being lied to while people around her knew the truth. I decided to cut both of my sisters out of my life. I don't know if that will be forever, but they have broken my trust. Over the last few weeks, I've spoken to both of my daughters separately. I asked Emma if enough time had passed for her to even think about talking to Chloe. She said no. She told me she isn't waking up angry anymore, but that doesn't mean she's forgiven her. She said she accepted that the truth was always going to come out eventually. The only thing she could control was what she did after she found out. She also said she has no interest in having a sister anymore. As for her husband, she told me she's made one thing very clear. She'll only respond if it's about the children or the divorce. Everything else gets ignored. What surprised me was that he hasn't stopped trying. He's sent long apology messages, videos about forgiveness, and even Bible verses. None of us are very religious, so that confused all of us. He keeps saying she was the only woman he's ever loved, and that he made one terrible mistake. Emma hasn't replied to any of those. This is literally what the other comments said. And if Emma had immediately blocked Chloe off on anything, why wouldn't she block her ex-husband? Yeah, this is pointing more and more towards this is definitely AI. In my last update, I said Chloe told me the only message Emma sent before blocking her was that she was no longer her sister. That wasn't true. Emma later showed me the messages. Before Emma sent that final text, Chloe had blamed her for what happened. She told Emma that maybe if she'd paid more attention to her marriage, things would have been different. She also said that if her husband had felt happier at home, he wouldn't have looked elsewhere. Reading those messages made me feel sick. When I confronted Chloe, she admitted she'd sent them. She said she was angry, desperate, and trying to make herself feel less guilty. Yeah, true. She told me she regretted sending them almost immediately, but by then Emma had already blocked her. Chloe also told me she's moving to Washington once everything is finalized so she can stay close to her son, but in Florida? They allow divorced families to stay, so I don't know why his father is planning to move there to be closer to his family. And Chloe doesn't want to be too far away from her child. What is this passage? I don't understand. She admitted she'd tried contacting Emma's husband after everything came out, but he never answered any of her messages. She eventually stopped trying. She also told me she knows she'll never get her old life back, but she hopes moving will give her a chance to start over. Yeah. Yeah. She also told me she knows she'll never get her old life back, but she hopes moving will give her a chance to start over. I told her that starting over doesn't erase what happened. She agreed. A lot of people asked if I've forgiven Chloe. I haven't. I still love her because she's my daughter, but I don't trust her anymore, and right now we don't have a relationship. Maybe that changes one day. Maybe it doesn't. I honestly don't know. This whole situation has changed our family forever. Emma lost her husband and her sister. Chloe lost her marriage, her relationship with her sister, and most of her family. My sisters lost me because they chose to stay quiet. This will be my last update. I hope one day all of us can find some peace, even if we never become a family again. If I missed out some details, I will respond in the comments. Thank you, Reddit. The sisters were there. They were in the first post about, you need to forgive Chloe. Chloe lost everything. She's hit rock bottom. Her mother must stand behind their daughter no matter what they do. Don't worry. A lot was going on here. And everything is about women, really. Women being evil and women not forgiving each other and fighting, and the husbands really are not a part, or ex-husbands, I'm sorry, are really not any of the focal point. Neither are the children, really. Well, okay, it is about the relationship between a mother and her daughter, so I guess fair, but still. Yeah. This is weird. I know that what you're having to do isn't easy, but I have a deep respect for you for standing by your daughter when she was the victim in all of this. I hope that everyone is able to heal. It takes real guts to hold family accountable like that. I really hope OP and Emma find peace. This is what family is for. The husband saying it was one terrible mistake is mind-boggling. Sleeping with his wife's sister for 4 years is not a mistake. The freaking audacity of this man. And he never stopped. If he never got caught, it would still be going on. With the Bible verses, he needs to find the one where Jesus makes the one only exception for divorce in the case of infidelity, let alone with a family member. That is Leviticus. Standing by the victim daughter. That's why they keep reaching out to the abuser sisters several times over the course of a month or so. Okay, they confronted Chloe again. Yeah. If she truly wants to just cut Chloe off, it's weird that she keeps reaching out to her and being like, did you really send that? Your sister showed me these records of what you told, what you wrote to her before blocking her. Before she blocked you. Yeah. The fact that Emma is no longer angry 24/7 is a good sign. She's healing. Her healing requires Chloe's absence from her life, and we all get that. Hang in there, Mama. What a terrible mess to be caught in the middle of. Good for you for making your sisters accountable. And as for Chloe, starting over doesn't make her a better person, but unfortunately, she still doesn't seem to have taken responsibility for a part in this, especially since she was still trying to contact Emma's husband. Yes, why is she still contacting her sister's husband? She's trying to salvage at least one of her relationships she napalmed, and for purely selfish reasons. With apologies to OP, Chloe sounds like absolute garbage. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to leave it on a high note. Do we have a positive girl dinner? Please. I confess to my best friend. Yes, that sounds like something fun. And girl, maybe tone down on those sausages. Seriously. Too much meat is not good for you. I have known my best friend for 17 years now. We met in first grade. We both went to the same Catholic all-girls school that our mum's I should maybe her thingy is lesbian lore master. What is this? A tag? I don't know. I'm barely on Reddit, as we have established right now. Yeah, same. So yeah, it was already hinted that this is gonna be a lesbian story, and I love it. Catholic all-girls school that our mums graduated from. She was a very shy little girl who mostly kept to herself. She was prim, proper, and quietly well-behaved. She always wore a silver scapular around her neck, and even when we were kids, she carried herself with grace. Why does this also sound AI generated? Come on, guys, give me real people. We were assigned seats next to each other in first grade, and unfortunately for her, we've been inseparable ever since. Even within the oppressive walls of our former alma mater, I knew that I loved my best friend, and not in a way that was acceptable. Yeah. I really tried my best not to love her. I had been taught what happened to girls like me, and I believed it. I didn't want to live in sin, and Manila, or the Philippines in general, is not exactly a lesbian utopia. When she got her first boyfriend at 14, I convinced myself it was time for me to start dating boys too. I was hoping that it would fix me, that a boyfriend would push away what I felt for her, that I could not bring myself to pretend I love her, and there was nothing I could do about it but let it pass. That's why there are so many sausages. She never found the right sausage. Guys, that's why she's still a lesbian. I don't know. I do use alma mater sometimes. Strange they post like some of the story instead of just frantically typing a message, just comes across more fake. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. That needed an outage. All right. That a boyfriend would push away what I felt for her, but I could not bring myself to pretend. I love her, and there was nothing I could do about it but let it pass. It's over-dramatic, let's be honest here. I knew I wanted to study abroad for college, so I waited it out. I was hoping that maybe this time enough distance would put an end to what I felt for her. But even from halfway across the world, I just could not escape her. We would always FaceTime each other, and it was as if I never left. Okay, I'm sorry, but being obsessed with your first love of now 17 years is extremely weird. Just saying. I just graduated recently and still I love her. We both love falling slowly. We had this pact in high school where we promised each other we'd be each other's mate of honor, and somehow we'd have Glenn Hansard sing at our weddings. When I heard that he passed, I had this big epiphany about the uncertainty of life, and I decided I just needed to tell her how I feel, because I don't know if I'd even be here anymore tomorrow. Yeah, this is too wordy. Yeah, probably, maybe. I told her now how I feel, everything. I told her that nothing had to change. Deep down, I knew she didn't feel the same way. However, she told me she loved me too. Of course she did. And that she has felt more when I... What? And that she has felt more when I hook my pinky finger into hers than when she has slept with men. She said she loves me too, but that she owes her parents to try and be someone that they can be proud of. She also said that we owe each other to try and move on and find happiness with someone else. How do I even begin to move on from something that hadn't even begun? I'm in so much pain, and I don't know what to do about it. I need information about all these sausages. Now. Don't care about the rest of the story. What's with all these sausages? Oh god, oh god. Same reaction here, but I also know we can't deny ourselves forever. I have hope that a seed of love is planted deeply. And now that both parts know the desire to live their authentic selves will grow with time. Okay, there's a bot answering a bot. Cool. Yeah, I'm sorry. This story would be more riveting if she wasn't using all these big words. Like Taki said, alma mater is not the most common word in day-to-day speech, or what was the other one? Was somewhere down here, I can't remember. Yeah, it is a bit too... yeah, indeed. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe they got help with from AI, because some of it felt like it was written by a real person, but then there are other parts where it's clearly AI written. But yeah, this whole part, I've been in love with my... I've known my best friend for 17 years, and it seems to have also been obsessed with her for those 17 years. So, yeah. That part weirds me the fuck out. There's no way in hell she didn't meet somebody else in between. And who didn't at least leave a spark. She just recently graduated? I think it was somewhere here. I just graduated recently and still I love her. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. I don't want to end it on that one. Update I left. Happy girl dinner. Why are we having some Victorian plate there? It is. It is a pure fever dream. Okay, I need up. I don't need the picture. I need the post. Oh god. Oh god. How do I filter? Feed options. Why is she posting so much? And I don't. Please tell me you have. Yes, you linked it. Thank you. Oh, that was that one. Okay. All right. My husband has a porn addiction and paid for cam girls while away on a job. That was most likely the, what was it, 80 male? Male's hand that she showed into camera. I'm turning 29 in 3 weeks, and my husband and I have been together 6 years. He's had to travel for work 80% of our relationship. He always had a porn habit, but never realized how back it got. I'm gonna presume bad. On February 7th, I found on his phone that, why so specific, that he had been anonymously attempting to sext women through Reddit slash Snapchat. When I confronted him, he denied and denied until finally blaming me for it, crying and pulling out a weapon, threatening to off himself. What is this unhinged story? And now I left for a week and he found a therapist and 12-step program for his issue. But later it came out that he had paid over $400 on cam girls last summer and also visited sketchy massage parlors. I'm in a 12-step Anon group to get help for myself. What is this obsession with 12 steps? Get help for myself. Ultimately, I want to leave him, but I've never supported myself before. It's only 3 months in and I'm nervous. We are in separate bedrooms and just focusing. Yeah, I'm not touching that one. I am not touching that one. Nuh-uh. What is this? Is this chicken wrapped in bacon? And a mango? Or peach? I'm getting married in a month. It's not interesting enough for a happy girl dinner. What is this? My autistic brother saw the post. Okay. Now I need... Do I want to? No, I don't want to touch that. Don't want to touch that either. Trigger warning. He looked at me and said, let's get you married. No. Okay. Sounds like it's not gonna help you at all. I'm sorry. Somebody is very good with the camera. Closed on my first house and opened up a new chapter. Big win. Dates? A tomato mozzarella sandwich? And... I don't know. Baristas were talking about my boyfriend. Don't care. Update, I called Child Protective Services on my friend. This far. Not sure if I can trust my partner. Okay. Not... I want something happy that is not boring. Come on. Can't be that hard. I don't think premarital sex is a sin. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Don't need to touch that. Told my boyfriend to come inside me in the heat of the moment. German government is destroying my livelihood right now. I feel you. I feel you, girl. I feel you so bad. Generated post, which what is full of is that bots have no moral compass, so the more unhinged people that see unhinged things will use it to justify themselves. True. There's nothing like you know, I kind of want to know. I kind of want to know what she's upset about. Give me German politics. I know. Okay, I read the first line and I already know what this is about. Okay, then I don't need to touch this. I'm sorry. That is really sad. For context, they're cutting salaries for psychiatrists. Because reasons. Like the whole psychology aspect here in Germany is terrible. We have too little seats for the amount of people that need therapy. So even if you are reaching out to get into therapy, you might wait half a year to years, plural, to get a spot. Of course, if it's life-threatening, you can always get admitted stationary, but otherwise you are basically fucked. And we all know how people with mental health in a mental health crisis are so well organized that they're totally fine waiting that long. Yes, the Taki, you would be the God-given son of Germany's current chancellor. It's so crazy, this asshole of a man. My husband changed out of nowhere. Where? Where is he? Cat sitting for a friend went worse than awful. My brother. Update, so I did the hard thing Taco Tuesday. Your ground meat looks disgusting. This looks like a pile of poop. Can I just click on one of the happy girl dinners? Dinner, happy girl dinner. Husband's cosplay is my favorite character. Oh, cute. Motherhood is beautiful. Don't get me started. 5 years after cheating, husband left and I'm thriving. Good for you. You go, girl. Shiloh. What is going on outside? Thank you for this. What was thank you to the subreddit? Oh, this looks nice. My fiance is in love with me and I love it. Good for you. We had our first hangout yesterday. Our first date is today. Oh, there. My husband changed out of nowhere. The cosplayer, better husband. Yeah. Okay, my husband changed out of nowhere. Dinner. 2 different types of Cool Ranch nachos because I couldn't decide. One is regular with sour cream and salsa and pickled veggies, and the other with barbecue pork. Fine. I wouldn't want to eat it, but sounds okay. We got back from our anniversary trip and everything changed. It took some time to process our relationship and, on a sad note, found out his sister has been in an awful relationship. He did some soul searching and realized on his own that he does similar, albeit not the exact same things as his sister's boyfriend. Okay. He realized that I've done a lot of adjusting in our relationship while he's been chasing his dreams and wants, with me supporting him while my feelings and wants took a backseat. Took him long enough, I'm gonna presume. He's more affectionate, more helpful around the house, says please and thank you, compliments me, and actually recognizes the things that I do. We've been having great conversations and actually been goofing off. I'm so happy. The past 6 years of marriage had been so hard for so many reasons. Pandemic leaving me out of work for 2 months, starting and selling multiple businesses, family issues, moving, accident, leaving me temporarily unable to walk, death of our daughter. Death of your daughter? Fuck. Multiple surgeries for me, almost losing our son. What is happening in this family? Almost losing our son, premature birth of our son, and renovating a house, resulting in loss of love, intimacy, and just constant squabbles or not fun times. I'm so happy to see these changes and will do everything in my power to make sure it stays like this. This is embarrassing, but I forgot how easy and lovely a healthy and happy relationship could be. Yeah. Yeah. This is just dramatic. Technically, potential loss of 3 kids. And 1 real one. Well, okay. 2 potential, 1 real. Okay. Holy fuck. I'm happy for you that your husband changed, I guess. But, yeah, this relationship does not sound healthy at all. At all. My parents are not aliens anymore. Is that about them getting the legal status? Then, how is that worth a post? I am sorry. Get yourself something better. Don't go to that place. It is a waste of money. I'm alone. Okay. You know what? I am happy alone, that sounds like. Yes, indeed. I'm alone. Fiance is on a work trip this week, and I'm truly alone for the first time in what feels like years, and I'm loving it. Not being perceived in the slightest way and not saying a single word all day is such an amazing way to exist. My introverted heart is happy. I feel you. I feel you so hard that this is gonna be the last post that I read today. Holy fuck, I spent way too much time and I have to get up way too early today. Tomorrow, in almost half an hour, it's today, so I guess I'm fine saying that. I have to get up in 5 hours. In 5! I did well, I know. But I had way too much fun reading these crazy stories, even though half of them were sadly AI generated. Seemingly. Seemingly. True that, true that. I shall enjoy getting up early tomorrow morning. Oh, well, as I said, I'll have to see how the temperatures will be tomorrow. If it's over 30 degrees tomorrow again in here, I guess we'll do another round of this. If you have any posts that you want to trick me with about them being happy, quote unquote, then I guess post them on the Discord. It was happy, yeah, she was happy, but I wasn't happy with that post. I feel like that's not gonna be safe for work. Am I right in that assumption, Taki? Yeah. Losing half a family to then get a husband that is more understanding. Cool. Such a great turn of events. Anyway, I shouldn't linger much longer. I should go to bed. As always, thanks for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed it, and I see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye.